Hello and welcome to the District of Squamish Committee of the Whole for Tuesday, February 11th. I'm Councillor Armin Herford and acting mayor this month, and I'll be chairing this meeting. As always, we welcome to the Squamish Nation traditional territory. And can I have a adoption agenda? Moved by Councillor French, Mayor Elliott. All those in favor? Carried. First item today is the Eagle Viewing Sachem Reserve Dike Master Plan. We've got David Ralston and crew here to take us through it, so over to you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council. My name is David Ralston. I'm the Manager of Municipal Infrastructure for the District of Squamish. And I have Amir Talagani, who's the project engineer for Kerwood Lydell, as well as Austin Chandler, who is the Manager of Squamish Valley Community Operations with the Squamish Nation. So we're here today to discuss the Eagle Viewing Area and Sachem Reserve Dike Master Plan. This is a project that's 100% funded through the National Disaster Mitigation Program. This is a unique and groundbreaking project for the district in the sense that we are a 100% partnership with the Squamish Nation on this project, right from selecting the consultant to developing dike upgrading options, evaluating them. So this is a great model for working with the Squamish Nation moving forward. Amir is going to provide a detailed presentation with background on the project, with dike upgrading options and other items that have arisen over the course of the project. So I'll try not to steal Amir's thunder, but just a quick word on the importance of this project. In 2003, that's the flood of record, water rose to within half a meter of the crest of the dike at the Eagle Viewing area. The Integrated Flood Hazard Management Plan looked at the consequences of a dike failure in this area, and it showed that there would be nearly 1,000 buildings that would be either damaged or destroyed. There would be hundreds of millions of dollars of damage, and it could displace over 7,000 people. So this is a really critical area of the dike. That doesn't even mention the environmental impacts that could result from a flood. Our wastewater treatment plant is within the floodplain, as well as gas stations, and there are other contaminants that could get spread to environmentally sensitive areas. So it's obviously very important to address this hazard. At the same time, it's not easy to upgrade the dike in this area. There are multiple landowners over the length of the project, and there's important infrastructure on or behind the dike, which is going to make it a challenge to upgrade. So there's a lot of challenges, and that's why the Integrated Flood Hazard Management Plan recommended that we complete a master plan for this area in order to develop a vision for upgrading the dike and also to enhance the area in general. So with that introduction, I'll hand it over to Amir.
Great, thanks, David.
The picture isn't complete on the screen. Do you want to try and correct it, or just let it go that way?
Is that because it's his laptop rather than the district?
Could be.
I could try second screen on it, maybe that will help.
How do we normally do
Do
it?
you want to take a couple minutes and before the USB stick and put it in our laptop?
Put it this way. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
spelling will go off.
So
Okay,
we'll take a quick, maybe is a 5-minute recess enough to get the technical?
yeah.
We're going to go with a 2-minute recess while we look after some technical issues so that all the slides can be recorded. Thank you. You spoiled. You stole my pencil.
Oh, the secret.
There's a signal. There it is. Thank you. We're back from recess and over to David Ralston and the Eagle Viewing Sachem Reserve Dike Master Plan.
Okay, great, thank you. So we just had to switch out the PowerPoint. Just want to mention that due to the IT issues, the spelling of the word CHM is not going to be correct on the PowerPoint due to the font not being installed. So apologies for that. We'll make sure that for the official copy, the correct font version is provided. So thank you, David, for the introduction, and thank you everyone for your time. The purpose of today's presentation is to update Council on the work completed to date on the Eagle Viewing Area CHM Dike Master Plan, and at the end David will present recommended diking options. As far as outline, there's about 40 slides. Some of them will be quick, others we'll want to discuss further. Generally, we're going to talk about background information that's relevant when considering this area, and then we'll talk about progress to date on the project, go over the short list of diking options, and then we'll end with the recommendations. So there's a lot of background that's relevant to the context of this study. First is the Integrated Flood Hazard Management Plan. This project, this master plan, is a direct result of the IFHMP. It was one of the recommendations. As you know, the IFHMP found that Squamish faces a variety of flood hazards, dike breaches being of high concern for risk to life. And that the IFHMP recognized that the Eagle Viewing Area and CHM Reserve Area is a complex area with a lot of land tenure issues and a lot of dike technical challenges. And as such, recommended that there would be a site-specific master plan for this area. So this is a planning project that's funded through the National Disaster Mitigation Program. It's not a detailed design or construction project. We're making a master plan. The objectives of a master plan are to identify the preferred options for flood protection within an area and to develop an implementation plan around it. So detailed design and construction would come after such a plan. As David mentioned, the district and the nation are project partners, and together they've retained an interdisciplinary consulting team. And the consulting team is guided by a steering committee that includes District of Squamish representatives, Squamish Nation staff, councillors and community members, and one member from Indigenous Services Canada as part of the steering committee as well. So just a moment to talk about study area. In the top right, you can see where we are relative to Howe Sound. Zooming in, the original study area went from the north end of CHM Reserve to the north end of Cowtain. I say the word original study area here because, as you'll see, the options development led us to explore some options that went beyond the original study area and extend all the way up to Fisherman's Park, further upstream. Some photos to get us familiarized with the area. On the left, you've got a photo of the dike going through CHM Reserve with homes right adjacent to the dike. Below that, we've got the Eagle Viewing Area dike. If you squint, you might see the shelter and the boards. And on the bottom right, you've got the parking lot, which we've heard a lot about, which is on the east side of the road. So the road is wedged between the parking lot and the dike. On this illustrative graph image, you can see a thin red outline is the existing reserve. It's important to note that the existing dike goes through the reserve without any right-of-way for diking or public path. It's also really important to talk about the history of the CHM Reserve, and particularly regarding loss of land on CHM Reserve within the context of this project. So the image on the screen is a portion of a federal government map from 1881. It's one of the earlier surveys that we could find. And it's a little hard to see, but they have a thin outline of the Squamish River, which I've labeled there. And you can see that CHM Reserve is in the middle of the image. And you can see that there's two land parcels. One that's an island adjacent to the river, and one that's a mainland portion. So back in 1881, based on this map, there was 38 acres on the mainland and 30 acres in the river. So a total of 68 acres was the size of CHM Reserve. Today's mapping for the federal government shows it as only as 9.8 acres. So what's left is only about 14% of what was mapped in 1881. Why land was lost is due to the river moving. So in these panel of 3 images, you can see the transition of the Squamish River main channel from west to east. So on the leftmost image is a map from around 1918. You can see the main channels on the left. And if you see the red arrow on the left image, that red arrow is pointing to relatively the same spot in all images. So if you keep your eye on the red arrow and we go to the middle image from 1949, now we can see that the river channel appears to be in transition. Whereas the main channel, is it the left one or is it the right one? It's a little hard to tell. If we fast forward to 2008, that air photo, you can see that the main channel is definitely on the right side or the east side of the arrow. So over time, the river has moved from west to east and has resulted in erosion of the land. Now, rivers do move naturally, but there are several human-related factors that may have contributed to this erosion. Those include logging practices of the past, diking decisions and alignments upstream, and also potentially an incident involving a barge that ran aground in about 1908. So it's a complex mix of reasons of why the land has been lost. So this is a modern map from a federal government website. In the red outline, you can see the current reserve. And bolded in purple, we can see what the reserve historically mapped was. So you can see that the vast majority of the reserve has been lost. So in addition to history of land loss, it's important to talk about history of floods. The photo on the left is an image of the Brackendale General Store with canoes tied up during a major flood. We believe it's from the 1930s, and thanks to the Historical Society for providing this. On the right, there's just a little pin in Google Earth that shows you where the Brackendale General Store is, and you can see that it was a pretty major flood if waters got that far. But we don't have to look all the way back to 1930 to find history of flooding in Squamish. The 2003 flood, as David mentioned, got to within half a meter of the dike in the Eagle Viewing area, particularly at the Dryden Creek pump station. And that's a photo of it on the left. Thankfully, the dike did not fail. However, there was seepage flooding. Seepage flooding is when the river level is high and water goes through the dike and ponds on the land side of the dike. And on the right image, it's a screenshot from a video during the flood, and you can see that there's ponding occurring within CHM Reserve, and that's seepage flooding. And we understand that that kind of seepage flooding happens not only in extreme floods, but it can also happen in regular annual floods as well. Continuing with current conditions now, this is what the dike through the CHM Reserve looks like right now. You've got the homes right adjacent to the dike. You've got the watershed grill building that's partially attached to the dike itself. And just again, a reminder that the dike runs through the reserve without any right-of-way, so it's not technically a public path. And of course, there's the Eagle Viewing area south of it. There is the Eagle Watch program shelter and furniture. There is the parking lot that we've heard a lot about in this project, and currently there's only temporary washroom facilities. Of course, there's also a lot of environmental habitat in the study area. Biologists from our team surveyed the area on foot and desktop analysis, and they report that there's a variety of aquatic and riparian habitat, whether it's in the Squamish River itself, in Jimmy Judd Slough, which is the watercourse that runs right along the CHM dike, and also at the mouths of the creeks, like Dryden Creek, for example. There's also tree habitat that's relevant for eagles, and you've got the adjacent provincial park for eagles, and the trees provide roosting and nesting habitat. Finally, last but certainly not least, the actual flood protection conditions right now. So as per the IFHMP, the dike needs to be raised about 1.5 meters, and its current geometry or the shape of it is not preferred, it's not standard, and it raises some stability concerns. So on the left photo, you can see that's a photo taken from Government Road. There are these baskets with stones in them, a gabion wall type retaining wall that's on the dike. That's not really preferred for a dike, and it's a stability concern. And Dryden Creek Pump Station is not a new facility and will eventually need to be upgraded as well. So there are seepage issues, there are dike height issues, and there are dike shape and stability issues. In addition, an emerging topic in flood protection in the region is seismic performance, what happens to a dike during an earthquake and after. And initial analysis shows that these dikes without major improvements would not meet current provincial guidelines for seismic performance. So that's a bit of the background. Talking a little about progress to date. This slide shows a timeline of what's been done in the project so far. Green check marks are what we've done to date. Purple text and arrows refer to community engagement, Squamish Nation engagement, and regulatory engagement that's been done. So the project started in August. There was a project website that was launched on the district's website, but it was a co-shared website between the nation and the district. With that website launch, there was an initial online survey just asking people for what their values are and what's important to them within the study area. We had a very good, almost 130-person response to that survey. And taking some of that input and moving forward, the steering committee developed a list of common interests between the nation and the district for this project to guide decision making, and we'll share those soon. Next, there was brainstorming of potential flood protection options and shortlisting 3 of them for further engagement. So the engagement involved 3 meetings with key groups, so Squamish Nation CHM residents, private landowners, and 1 meeting with community groups. There was a public open house held on December 5th at the Adventure Center. A second online survey was launched, which had about 30 responses. And the district staff led correspondence with various regulators, including Department of Fisheries and Oceans, Province of BC on the diking side and on the Water Sustainability Act side, and also BC Parks. So where we are today is that the steering committee has reviewed the shortlisted options and is coming to councils with a recommendation. And recommendations are going to district and nation councils. Should a preferred option be selected, the next steps will be to write an implementation plan around it. And what that means is just coming up with the next steps towards getting this advanced. Another round of engagement with the same groups is planned after a preferred option is selected. And then by spring, we need to finalize the plan because this is a project that's funded by the federal government and has a spring deadline. Just at the bottom of the slide, you can see future work, not part of this project, so there might be additional analysis required, additional detailed design, of course, would be required, and likely there would be more engagement before any construction occurs. So I mentioned that a list of common interests between the nation and the district was developed for this project. That's what you can see on the slide here. These 7 items were developed to guide the development of the options and review of the options. So I'll just briefly go through them. The top one you can see is address flood risk and public safety. That really stems from the trigger of the project from the IFHMP. There are certain criteria that this project is meeting that's provided by the IFHMP, and that includes providing flood protection up to the 500-year return period flood level plus an allowance for climate change. So in the future, that would be a flood event with an annual probability of only about 0.2%, so it's a high level of protection. The second one you can see is to recapture Squamish Nation land and enable beneficial use. So that's acknowledging the history of land loss and looking for options that can recapture land and also enable uses for the nation. Cost is always a factor, so is minimizing impacts to the environment. I'm just going to skip to the bottom two and come back to the middle one. So acknowledging and reflecting site history in the design and implementation, and enabling future collaboration on access issues. So as I mentioned, the dike through CHM does not have a right-of-way, and the goal of this project is not to solve that, but to enable options that can lead to further discussions and work on that issue. The middle one there you can see is address immediate flood risk while enabling long-term approaches. That's getting at the issue of needing to provide diking flood protection sooner rather than later, but also trying to save space for options that could consider moving the river alignment to a historic alignment, which is what we heard a lot about from Squamish Nation members and community stakeholders. And there's a slide that speaks to that further later. So the options brainstorming involved dividing up the original study area into 2 reaches, the CHM reach and the Eagle Viewing Area reach. And through the steering committee, about 8 ideas were brainstormed, and they included everything from different alignments and different shapes for the dike. 3 options have been shortlisted in the CHM reach, and 1 preferred option has emerged in the Eagle Viewing reach. And in the Eagle Viewing reach, there's only 1 option because there's not a huge variety of diking approaches that can be taken. There's lots of mini options on the public amenity side, but on the diking aspect, there's not a lot of different options. So now we'll go through some of the shortlisted options, starting with the Eagle Viewing Area. So the main emerging option in the Eagle Viewing Area is called a landside dike raise. And that involves lifting the crest of the dike by about 1.5 meters and expanding the footprint towards Government Road. So there's an illustrated cross-section there that shows a path on top, possibly some public amenity infrastructure, but the focus is that you can see that through the orange color on the cross-section, it's expanded towards Government Road. This is a more conventional cross-section that shows it. The red line on the cross-section is approximately the existing dike. The orange is the new dike fill. So we raise up and expand towards the left where Government Road is. Other features would be to improve the bank protection or the riprap rocks that are on the bank slope for erosion protection. And seepage control would be provided by typically raising the landside edge of the dike toe where there is room. But if there isn't room and Government Road or other structures are in the way, there might be a need for a deep internal seepage cutoff wall. There's also various concepts and ideas for public amenities in the Eagle Viewing Reach. A list of ideas was generated and engagement was sought feedback on these ideas. None of them have been finalized, and the hope is that after a preferred option moves forward, these ideas can be fleshed out further. But some of the ideas that were discussed were to improve the trail, retain or replace the Eagle Watch program shelter boards, permanent washrooms, additional parking. 2 areas for additional parking were identified. And there was also an idea to potentially have gateways at either end of the Eagle Viewing Area to give a sense of place, a further sense of place that as visitors came, they knew they were in the CHM Eagle Viewing Area. Potentially incorporating some local artist work as well. So moving to the CHM Reach shortlisted options, there's 3 shortlisted options here. The first one, option A, is called retaining wall. So under this option, the dike crest would be raised about 1.5 meters with dike fill, and a wall will be used on the east side of the dike to prevent the footprint of the dike expanding. And that's because we want to try to prevent any further encroachment onto CHM Reserve in this option. So the height of that wall would be 5 meters or plus, as shown on this typical cross-section, so it would be a large wall. And given that there are seepage issues in this area, there would need to be a deep seepage cutoff wall. So likely the wall and the seepage cutoff would be the same thing, and you can imagine potentially a steel sheet pile as the surfacing for this option. Again, there would be bank protection that would be required along the river and Jimmy Jimmy Slough. Option B, the second option, is called land raising. This option would involve filling the land on the CHM Reserve up to the dike crest elevation as much as possible. This would have a large impact on the reserve because to do this, you would first need to remove all of the structures and the services that are there, raise the grade, and rebuild the structures on top of them. The benefit would be that as the future structures would be higher, seepage would be less of a concern, and you'd be more protected and you would have better views by being on top. but again, large displacement. It's hard to guess what this would look like without knowing what kind of development would be rebuilt. But just as an example, if it helps you imagine it, the townhouse development immediately north of the CHM Reserve, there's a photo of it in the bottom right, has partially raised land and has a short retaining wall along Government Road. So that's possibly what this option could look like. Here's a cross section of it. In orange, you can see the dike fill, and then in the sand color to the left of the orange, that would be land raising fill. So the goal would be to raise up the grade as much as possible, but it would have to transition back down to Government Road. So that was options A and B. Option C is different from A and B. Options A and B only looked at the alignment through the existing CHM Reserve, whereas option C proposes a completely new alignment. So there's a lot of information on this graphic, so I'll just take a minute to orient us. So Government Road is highlighted in gray on the right lower portion. In red polygon, you can see the existing reserve outline. The long blue line is Jimmy Jimmy Judd Slough, which runs from Fisherman's Park down to CHM and joins the Squamish River. And under option C, the alignment would be the double black line that you can see. So a new dike, completely new dike, would run from near the lower third of CHM Reserve onto the existing vegetated island along the river, and it would go all the way up to Fisherman's Park and connect with the dike that continues further upstream. This option would enable recapturing of land for the CHM Reserve. So the yellow polygon shows a potential area that could be recaptured for the reserve. So the yellow polygon has been drawn by extending the northern boundary of the CHM Reserve west until it reaches the new dike. Currently that land is Crown land, and north of it you can see there's parcels that are labeled as private property. So if this option were to go forward, the existing Eagle Run Drive dike, which is labeled just above the blue line for Jimmy Jimmy Judd Slough, would no longer be the primary dike and could be decommissioned. With that, a new pump station would be built at the outlet of Jimmy Jimmy Judd Slough, which would replace 3 drainage structures on the Eagle Run Drive dike. That would be the Judd Slough pump station at Fisherman's Park, the flood box at Horse Creek, which is in the middle, the rectangular shape, and Eagle Run Drive dike, which is Eagle Run pump station, which is the blue circle that's furthest to the right. So those 3 drainage structures would be replaced by one new fish-friendly pump station, which is the black dot at the bottom of Jimmy Jimmy Judd Slough. So there's a lot of benefits with this option. It allows land recapture. It also has the potential for habitat impact. That vegetated island that would be recaptured would be partially disconnected from the Squamish River, and the fish-friendly pump station would let fish and water through, but it would likely not be the same amount of floodplain connection as exists now. And we will discuss that impact and how to study it further in a few slides. So this is a cross-section of what that new dike could look like. There is no existing dike there now, so it would be about, I think 5 to 6 meters tall. It would, actually a little less than that, excuse me. And it would be completely built out of new material, so there's a benefit there as well because we would know what's in the dike as opposed to the existing dikes, which sometimes have unknown or poor conditions. So a typical cross-section of it in two-dimensional world. Again, you would have riprap bank protection on the riverside, you would have dike fill, and then you would have seepage control either by raising the land on the land side of the dike or by having a seepage cutoff wall within it. So we just talked about a lot of different options, and I want to just take a second to step back and summarize them before we compare them any further. So this image looks at, presents all the options we looked at. So first we talked about the Eagle Viewing Area Reach, which is on the bottom. So that's in blue line, and I've labeled that as EVA. Then we talked about 3 options within the CHM reach. Option A was to raise the dike on its existing alignment and have a retaining wall. That's labeled A and has a red line. Option B is a purple polygon with the letter B. That's land raising on the CHM reserve. And then we just talked about option C, which is the green line, a totally new dike alignment that would extend all the way to Fisherman's Park. To fully be able to compare A, B, and C, we need to consider going all the way to Fisherman's Park on all options. So we assume that options A and B would be paired with raising the existing Eagle Run Drive dike, the yellow line, on its existing alignment. So in that area, as you may know, space is very constrained. On one side you have Jimmy Judd Slough, and on the other side you have private property where the dike is near backyards. So in that area we assume that that dike would also need to have a sheet pile wall on one edge of it to reduce the footprint so that it could fit. So in the CHM to Fisherman's Park reach, we are really comparing three combinations. Option C versus A plus Eagle Run Drive dike, which is the yellow, or B plus Eagle Run Drive dike. And it's a simpler situation in the Eagle Viewing Reach where we just have one preferred option at this time. So now a bit of information on the cost comparison and other factors that are leading to the recommendation. Cost estimates were produced for all of the options we just discussed. They considered a variety of components, including site preparation, dike fill, seepage control works, erosion protection, that's the riprap, utility upgrades including drainage structures that would need to be replaced, habitat impact compensation, so an allowance for habitat enhancement works to compensate impacts, ground improvement for seismic performance, and a few other factors. So we're going to go forward with a comparison of the options between Fisherman's Park and the south end of CHM Reserve. So again, just a reminder that we're comparing A plus ERD, B plus ERD versus option C. So at the bottom of this table you can see the totals, and these totals exclude ground improvement for seismic performance. So ground improvement would involve densifying the ground or reinforcing it to prevent seismic failure, and that's a really uncertain topic and additional data really needs to be gathered, so we've excluded that for the time being in this comparison. So option A with Eagle Run Drive dike comes in at a total of $47 million as a construction cost estimate. Option B with the Eagle Run Drive comes in at $54 million, and option C comes in at $60 million. So I've labeled each of those items along with the schematic so you can see how they add up. Cost is a little simpler when we look at the Eagle Viewing Reach. We have only one option, the Eagle Viewing Area Landside Expansion. And again, if we exclude ground improvement for seismic and we exclude Dryden Creek Pump Station, which can be treated as a separate facility, and we don't include any major public amenity improvements, the diking only costs are about $16 million. Now we have three slides comparing the three options in the CHM Reach between CHM and Fisherman's Park based on non-cost factors. And this evaluation was prepared with input from the consulting team and interpretation by the district staff, and was also shared with the steering committee. And a version of it is being used by the nation as well. So again, we've got option A, option B, and option C. So one factor is correcting historic loss of reserve land. So options A and B are rated as poor. They don't recapture new land, and they don't do much to enable beneficial use. Option C obviously has a significant opportunity associated with it to recapture land for the reserve. Reaching agreement with Squamish Nation. So options A and B are rated as low, as Squamish Nation staff have indicated that Squamish Nation Council would be unlikely to approve those options going forward. Given that the dike is through the reserve, their approval is required. Option C has a higher likelihood of receiving agreement according to Squamish Nation staff. The costs we've already looked at, that's the same as before. Grant funding opportunities. Option C is rated as good because it has multiple co-benefits that go beyond just flood protection, primarily the land recapture. And options A and B are rated as relatively low. Looking at environmental impacts and permitting, options A and B are rated as simple or simplest, not necessarily simple, but more simple than option C. And option C, as you can imagine, completely new dike alignment that would partially disconnect a floodplain. The environmental permitting and impacts are expected to be complex. And there is a risk of not receiving permits from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans or from the province. Again, there's another slide talking about some of the DFO feedback coming up. Hydrotechnical evaluation, so that's more on the how would this impact the flood levels and the river, and how well could it be constructed. So options A and B are more feasible than option C because there's less alteration of the existing river and existing water courses. Option C is hydrotechnically more challenging. It would partially disconnect the Jimmy Judd Slough and the gravel bar from the river, and it would increase river levels modestly for up to 2 kilometers upstream. Operation and maintenance, options A and B are rated as low as far as requirements because they are more set back from the river. And option C is rated high because you get closer to the river, you require more maintenance of bank protection works. Dike Maintenance Act permitting is another consideration. That's a provincial permitting approach that's required for dikes. And options A and B are considered more simple as far as the Dike Maintenance Act permitting, and option C is considered complex but not insurmountable. Constructability is challenging on all of these options. Space is limited, the river is nearby, and this would not be a simple construction project. Option C is considered more complex, it's closer to the river, and there's significantly greater fill volume required for the new dike, so it's a bigger project. And finally, phasing potential. So how could the dike be constructed? Could it be constructed all at once, or could it be phased? So options A and B are rated as that they could be phased decently well. Option C would be more difficult to phase, given that it's a totally new alignment. Finally, as promised, here's some notes. We had written feedback from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. On all options, they gave feedback that there is a potential to result in prohibited effects to fish and fish habitat, and they requested detailed description and drawings for further assessment. Those details would usually come at detailed design. On option C specifically, they requested additional information regarding the extent and frequency of the partial disconnection of the vegetated bar. So that area that could be recaptured by option C dike, DFO would like to know how often does it get inundated so that they can better understand the habitat value that's there. Finally, a summary on the evaluation. Option C has significant benefits, as we've discussed, but it also has many technical challenges. As far as the benefits and opportunities, there is an ability to reconcile the historic trespass of the dike on the reserve and recapture some of the historic reserve boundary. Option C, because of that, is well positioned for funding opportunities, and it could be linked with additional funding sources such as those from Indigenous Services Canada. Also on option C, the dike construction would be further away from the Eagle Run Drive dike, so less impact to homes and businesses that are located directly behind the Eagle Run Drive dike. And finally, it does provide an opportunity to further discuss public access along the dike, whereas options A and B provide less of an opportunity. Technical challenges include higher cost, risk of not receiving permits from DFO or the province, and the potential impacts to fish habitat. And there would also be a modest increase in upstream flood levels, which would need to be considered in dike upgrading in those areas. So before we finish and provide a recommendation on the diking options, we just want to take a moment to mention a few other features that are not directly related to flood protection that are considered in this project. So first of all is Government Road. As you may be aware, a portion of Government Road trespasses through CHM Reserve, and in this project we've heard and acknowledged this. So what could be linked with this master plan, it's not really related to flood protection, but Government Road could be realigned to go off of the reserve. There are no details on what that would look like or where it would go at this time. The final other feature is river alignment. So throughout the project, from Squamish Nation and other groups, we've heard about a desire to relocate the main channel to its historic alignment. So if you look at the image on the right, you can see that there's a thin side channel. That used to be the main channel. And there is some desire to realign the river back to that old route. It's not directly related to flood protection because even if the river was moved there, the flood levels would still require a dike. So even during a flood, water levels would come up and they would reach all the way to the existing CHM area. So this master plan has come up with options that would enable potential future consideration of river alignment. So it doesn't solve that issue, but it does, all of the options do enable future work. With that, I think I'll turn it over to Dave Rolston for the recommendation.
Thank you, Amir. So for the reasons that were listed in the evaluation, the recommendation is to proceed with option C, which is the new dike alignment in the area from the CHM Reserve through Fisherman's Park. And in association with that recommendation, it's recommended to complete further work that is described in the report, and I'll go over that shortly, in order to evaluate the feasibility and the viability of that option. So the further work, this is work that would be completed prior to completion of this dike master plan, is to develop the options both in the eagle viewing area and from the CHM Reserve to Fisherman's Park, to develop those in greater detail, to refine our cost estimates and to complete community engagement. And then to report back to council seeking endorsement of the dike master plan at that point. But it's also recommended that we will need to complete future work beyond completion of this dike master plan in order to further assess the feasibility and to advance the potential of moving forward with these options. So first is to complete geotechnical investigation. As part of this project, we drilled holes and completed a seismic assessment along the existing dike alignment. But we didn't anticipate that we were going to be looking at a new dike alignment, and so we haven't done any sort of investigation along the new dike alignment. It would be recommended to go and drill holes there and to confirm what the ground conditions are, and to see what would be required from a ground improvement perspective and how it would perform in an earthquake. It would also be recommended to complete a stormwater study. The new dike alignment is going to alter how our drainage systems work. We'd be looking at decommissioning the Judd Slough pump station and Horse Creek, as well as the Eagle Run, and replacing them with a new one. So we need to understand how much water would be getting into that area in order to size the pumps and to assess basically how we would handle drainage in that scenario. Third is to advance the design further and to complete supporting studies, so environmental studies, and to engage further with the regulators, in particular DFO and with staff at the province for the Water Sustainability Act. They've given us some preliminary feedback, but in order to gain greater certainty, we need to have a more advanced design. And so we need to get to that point in order to get greater certainty. And then last is to engage further with Squamish Nation Rights and Title team in order to determine a dike maintenance access on the reserve, including the potential recaptured reserve land. And that's the end.
Go ahead.
That's the end of our presentation, unless you have anything further.
I just wanted to add one more just sort of context of the work with Squamish Nation and this meeting. Squamish Nation are full equal partners in this dike master plan. We are meeting, as David mentioned, we're meeting with both councils this week. It just so happens, because of when council meetings are, that we're at District of Squamish a couple days before we're at Squamish Nation. So we would be looking for a conversation here and a recommendation Of course, we don't have any sort of land tenure on the reserve. And so we, depending on what we hear, depending on what we hear at Squamish Nation, we may be back to talking more. So this is not a matter of the District of Squamish is declaring what the District of Squamish wants, and then we'll go and let Squamish Nation know what that is. This is a conversation that's just a bit asynchronous because of scheduling and everything. So we'll cross that bridge if we need to. It's fine. Speaking of building bridges, but I just wanted to put that into context.
Thank you very much. So far, I've got Councillor Race.
Thank you. So, what is the present condition of the Eagle Run Dike? I understand it's being used as a tool for comparison of costs of the options, but apart from that, by itself, what has to be done? Does anything have to be done? What does the president say?
Through the chair, so we know that the dike does need to be raised in that area with the integrated flood hazard management plan.
Is it the 200 to 500?
Yes, so we need to raise it. I think there's a very modest increase to get it to a 200-year level. We're quite close in that regard, but in order to get to a 1 in 500-year level, we would need to raise the dike. So we're talking sort of in the range of about a meter raise. And we have a statutory right-of-way through those properties, but the dike is sort of sandwiched between Jimmy Slough and houses on the land side. And so we don't think that there will be enough room to do a standard dike upgrade and just to widen. We would either need to move in towards the slough, or we would be encroaching on houses and backyards and probably beyond the extent of our right-of-way. So it would be a challenging upgrade. And if we're looking at completing seismic upgrades as well, you know, that involves heavy machinery and a lot of vibration. It would be very disruptive on owners in that area, and it would be very challenging to do that. So, so some work needs to be done there, and it would be challenging to upgrade.
Councillor French.
Thank you. Is there a 2-sentence summary of the story of this 1908 barge that is somehow significant to this?
You can read it in 2 sentences, Jeff.
It's not a barge. The barge is much later. It's a log jam from log driving down the river. And that's accounted for in newspaper items of the day. The barge came later. I think taking equipment across the river to try to fix it in the 40s.
Okay. And this resolution that's before us, exactly the same wording? Is it being presented to Squamish Nation in a couple of days?
It's a good question.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
We've had a lot of discussion, and the steering committee were generally on the same page with the direction that we're going. I'm not sure if the exact same wording is. I haven't reviewed the briefing note to Squamish Nation Council, but the overall intent of the recommendations is the same.
Okay. And one more follow-up. I'd like to be super clear about the land ownership in that sandy, tree-covered area to the exact north of the portion of the reserve that's on the riverside. Is that private property on the riverside of the dike, and who owns it if it is private?
I don't think we can.
It's private, we don't disclose.
Yeah, so there's through the chair, there's,
If we could find
maybe
this,
flip back.
if we could find
Yes,
a
there's
map
small
slide, that'd be great.
portion of Crown land that runs along and then up to the west, and then there's two private property. There are two private properties as well. We can't disclose an owner in a public meeting.
Crown, and then I believe there's also a municipally owned portion at the very north by Fisherman's Park.
Over there.
Yeah. So it's a combination of Crown, private, and municipal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cunningham.
So 2 things. One, from a complete layman's perspective, you know, the dike and the drawings I've seen, it kind of looks like a pile of dirt and rocks, and so
It's much sexier.
but no, so but when we talk about seismic upgrades and so on, I'm wondering, well, if it falls down, I'm just bringing a bulldozer and then a compactor, and you're good to go. Like, are we talking rebar and cement and structural steel underneath some of that, or what would we?
So through the chair, the ground improvements to stabilize the dike for seismic performance would likely involve deep soil mixing through augurating drills. So it would mix the soil with certain materials, and it would be a improved product at the end. Some other forms of it in other areas include driving timber piles, for example. Typically not steel or rebar, as you mentioned.
So the other question, I mean, I did read in the report some discussion around changing the flow of the river, somewhat in relation to this possibly, but so, you know, there's some recapture in what's proposed, but it's not the whole of the original reserve, and, you know, all of this is essentially unceded sort of beyond just the reserve piece. Was there any discussion, especially with the federal representative at the table, about a different alignment, maybe one more to the south, possibly in combination with the river realignment to capture something closer to the original size of the reserve, or any of that sort of thing?
Through the chair, in our discussions with Squamish Nation, there was some discussion about that, and some desire expressed to shift the dike alignment further south and to recapture a greater amount of the reserve. What is presented here is something that I think the steering committee is considering potential to receive permitting on. And so if the dike was to shift into the active river channel, that would be a significant challenge from a fisheries perspective and from a Water Sustainability Act. So we did look at that and consider it, but felt that it was unlikely to receive permitting, and so it wasn't advanced further. But yeah, you're right that even this dike alignment wouldn't recapture the full extent of the reserve.
Yeah, Councillor Stoner and then Mary Elliott on the list.
Thank you. I'm curious about the applicability and/or discussions that may have been had around living dikes in this area. It just seems like a very large stretch to be building brand new dike. So I'm curious about the applicability of living dikes.
Through the chair, feel free to correct me if you have a different opinion on this, but living dikes in an area with such high velocity and so close to the river are probably more of a challenge than a standard dike. It may be more appropriate in a case like bordering an estuary where you have some wave impact, but you don't have high, fast-moving water in such close proximity to the dike. In this area, the river would really, in a flood event, would be racing through there. A living dike is using vegetation and sort of a little bit more passive measures than large angular rock. And so it's just a little bit less robust. And in an area like this where the flood hazard is so extreme and where the river is really moving so quickly, it's probably not applicable and probably wouldn't receive permits from the inspector of dikes as well.
Another question?
Yep.
I'm just curious if you can speak a little bit more to this concept of possible reserve recapture. And so I'm curious, is that because of the possible component? Is that because of current 10-year holdings and whether that would transition to reserve, or because we're uncertain about the developability of that land once the dike is there?
Through the chair, I think it's because we haven't actually engaged in those discussions. So my understanding of the typical process is that when land, whether it's reserve or private land, when it's eroded, if there's a new legal survey, that land, and it shows that the river has taken over where the land needs to be, that land reverts to the Crown. But if there's accretion, which is what's happened here since the 1970s and 80s, if that land accretes and you complete a new legal survey, I believe that land goes back to the original owner. We haven't actually had those discussions yet, but we're presuming that that would be the case here.
So by accrete, the land is added back on, basically, by the regular river being a river. We wanted to be very clear about what was in and out of scope on this project. It's not the place of the project team to be able to sort of insert ourselves in what's really a land and title matter between Indigenous Services Canada, the Crown, and Squamish Nation, but it certainly enables, if not recapture may or may not be the right word. I mean, the land is there, but this would protect that land and increase the ability to utilize that land should it pass the nation. And any of that land behind the dike would be, I guess, up for negotiation with those higher levels of government and the Squamish Nation's government. So it just enables that process.
Mary Holly.
Thank you. How strict is the province being around the seismic piece? Because we didn't cost it out, but it's not inconsequential. So even on the Eagle Viewing reach, which is just 60 million, if we're not touching anything else. I love that we can say just 60 million. It adds, I think, millions of dollars.
Yeah. Through the chair.
So are we going to add that as part of this more detailed next phase? Because it doesn't really paint for our community the total cost here. And this is what municipalities have been pushing back against a little bit.
Through the chair, so the province released seismic design guidelines in, I believe it was 2011, around there, and they are perceived as being quite onerous by local governments. I believe there was a Lower Mainland flood management strategy that estimated the total cost of upgrading all of the dikes in the Lower Mainland to meet these seismic standards as close to $10 billion. And so the province's guidelines say that if you're doing a major dike upgrade or you're building a new dike, the guidelines indicate you need to meet these seismic design guidelines. If you're doing a minor upgrade, you might be able to get away with them. But there have been some local governments that have received permits with the inspector of dikes on an understanding that this is that upgrades are a first step to address the geometric deficiencies, so making sure that the dike is high enough to withstand the flood, and that future consideration would be given to upgrading the seismic performance of the dike. So potentially allowing a phased approach. Another approach is to actually complete a risk assessment. The seismic guidelines are for a 1 in 2,500 year return period earthquake, so it's a very low probability event, whereas we're looking at a 1 in 200 year flood period. So there's an argument to be made that why are we holding off on upgrading a dike to protect against a 1 in 200 year flood in order to meet a 1 in 2,500 year earthquake. And so there are approaches that have been accepted where you're looking at the combined risk of earthquake and flooding, and to rationalize completing interim dike upgrades to meet those geometric standards. So that is a likely approach that we would take when we get into the detailed design, is to basically prepare a risk assessment that rationalizes not completing seismic upgrades at the time of the dike upgrade, and to potentially look at doing that at some point further down the road.
But the new reach would have to meet those guidelines, you think?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. You could do the same approach.
Exactly.
But we wouldn't classify the Eagle Viewing area as a minor upgrade, would we?
No, I don't think that the inspector of dikes would consider that.
Yeah, okay.
Do you have anything to add to that, Amir? I know you've done a lot of work in that area.
Yeah, through the chair, I think everything you said, David, I agree with. I would just add that the provincial seismic performance guidelines for dikes are under review currently. Should be wrapped up by 2021, I believe. And local governments who are part of the Fraser Basin Council's Lower Mainland Flood Strategy, as the district is, have a voice in a committee that's leading that review. So these are challenges that all local governments are facing, and everyone's trying to find ways to spend effectively on flood protection.
Okay. I have a few more. I'm curious about if you can educate me about why we would save the realignment for a later time, because wouldn't it have an impact on how the river interacts with the dike during the flood? Like, would it reduce the amount of riprap, or because you're taking the main channel sort of away? Right now, there's so much pressure that flows on that elbow right into that CHM and Eagle-Viewing dike. If you're directing the river more towards the south through where the log jam is, doesn't that take some of the pressure off?
Through the chair. So that river realignment would be most impactful during low water conditions. I think what Kerwood Lydell has advised us is that during a flood condition, the river is going to occupy
The whole space
the
anyway.
whole space.
Okay.
And so I think perhaps it could have some reduction in the force that's put on the dike by realigning that main river channel, but it doesn't reduce the need to still be upgrading the dike through this area.
Okay, I just have one more. Given the timeline for C is longer, we're going to have to find a lot of money to do that. The Eagle-Viewing dike could be done much more quickly, in essence, to sort of fix the road and the amenities, that piece. What concerns me is that while we're waiting to build C and building the funding and political will around that, there's, like, CHM is still consistently at risk in a flood, and we have those. So are there any options in the short term to protect that reserve a little more without doing option A or B? Like, is there, I mean, every time there's a fall season, we run the risk of having another big flood, so.
Through the chair, any sort of dike upgrades on the reserve land would require approval by Squamish Nation, and I believe also by Indigenous Services Canada. One or both, I'm not sure exactly how that works.
I think so.
Yeah. And so that would be a challenge, I think.
But there's not a short-term engineering challenge that would at least shore up the dike in that area while we wait to build this? This is a multi-year project to get to $60 million to be able to build it. So in the meantime, we go through what, 2, 3, I don't know, years?
Through the chair, I think in order to really meaningfully upgrade the dike on the CHM reserve is probably looking at options A or B.
Okay.
And
So we have to sit with the risk until we figure out C.
Right, unless the Squamish Nation was amenable to some sort of interim approach, which we haven't really discussed that in detail.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Yes, you've mentioned the Dragon Creek pump station as needing an upgrade eventually. I'm wondering how that may be affected, if it is affected, by the choice between these diking options. You've also mentioned a fish-friendly pump station as part of option C. Presumably that's a second pump station. So how does this fit into our picture of costs and planning? Is the Dragon Creek pump station addressed in our master plan process for stormwater? Or how does that piece of the picture fit?
Through the chair, so we have identified that the Dryden Creek pump station is in need of upgrades. We've known that for quite some time. the option that we're looking at, since there is only one single option for the eagle viewing area, allows that we could potentially work around the Dryden Creek pump station. So with localized retaining walls, localized grading, so we can perhaps upgrade the dike through this area without actually impacting the Dryden Creek pump station. So it's possible that we could tackle the Dryden Creek pump station replacement or upgrade as a separate project, which is probably desirable just from a funding perspective, because the pump station replacement with a large station like that would be quite costly, and adding that on top of a costly dike upgrade project, this becomes a very large funding envelope. So we'd probably be looking for some sort of solution that would allow for phasing those works.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got myself on the list, and then back to Councillor Race. In this option, I really like the, and I commend everyone for getting us to a point where we can be looking at options like this. I think option C, I quite like. I do have questions about the lower part of the Sachem Reserve, like maybe 25%, is the design work of that part, which is where most of the residents are, isn't really accounted when we talk about option C in the documentation that I've seen. So for that section, we would still need to do a version of A or B, unless I'm wrong. I'm just curious how we potentially phase that if that portion can be done, because to me that's where the main velocity pressures of the river and flood are, and what considerations have been given for that specific portion of the reserve, given that that's also where all the current structures are and the business, there's issues there. So how do you see option C interacting with Sachem Reserve in that particular spot?
It's a great question. I think that's one of when I recommended further work and further development of the design, I think that's something that we will need to look at from this point as we close out. We haven't gotten into that level of detail yet prior to sort of having endorsement over a preferred option. But this is a conceptual alignment. It's possible that can shift out potentially, which would alleviate sort of the need to be impacting residents or the watershed grill. So I think that's something that we need to look at in further detail and come back to council with more details on that.
Okay, thank you. And at the public meeting in early December, when this option was when first came to my attention, the question was about the effect, the upstream effect, and the study of that. Has any modeling been done that way, or are we still early in that? And if there has been any, what effect is that projected to have?
Thank you for your question, Chair. So some modeling has been done. It's initial, but it indicates that the option C dike would raise water levels during a major flood approximately 20 centimeters, extending upstream and eventually meeting the original flood profile about 2 kilometers upstream of this area. So we would call that a moderate increase. It's nothing that would change the characteristics of this option.
So the section that was upgraded recently, just upstream from that, would have the capacity to handle a moderate increase such as is modeled currently.
Through the chair, so the section that was upgraded this past summer, it's about 1 kilometer north of Fisherman's Park. So what Amir was saying is that the levels would be increased by 20 centimeters up to 2 kilometers north. That means that by the time we get to this section, we're talking about a small, maybe 10 centimeter increase. We've built the dike wide enough that we could build up without having to build out. So it would be sort of a more simple, that would be considered a minor dike upgrade.
Okay. And I'm curious about, there's a few what ifs in here, and I'm curious how far along the approvals, because we need a certain amount of planning and more detailed plans to apply for the approvals, but those cost time and money, and I'm curious on how that all kind of comes together, or maybe the order of operations, so we understand and the community understands sort of the direction we're going, but when we're going to have clear indication that that is what it's going to start looking like.
Through the chair, so today we're seeking endorsement of the overall concept. If we receive that, then we're going to complete further work with Squamish Nation and to develop those design options in further detail, refining cost estimates and so on. Then we'll be seeking council's endorsement of the overall Dike Master Plan, as well as Squamish Nation Council. At that point, that's where we would move into this future work that I identified on the slide, where we're doing additional geotechnical work, stormwater study, developing the design in further detail, and all of those would inform permitting discussions. At this point, all of our permitting discussions have been based on this level of detail, which is not enough for regulators to give a firm response. So that work would be completed beginning, probably later this year or into 2021 to continue advancing the design and permitting discussions.
Okay, I've got one more question, and I'll go over to Councillor Race. The current Fishman Park pump station, is it fish friendly, and where is it in its end of life? Is this something that we are considering to be replacing in a similar timeline to the projected construction of this, or is this introducing a new piece?
Through the chair, that pump station is very near to end of life. The pumps are 50 plus years old. And in terms of whether it's fish friendly or not, under most conditions, there are large flood boxes that are open to the river, so fish are free to swim in. During high river conditions, those gates close and water begins pumping out, and I don't believe that in those conditions that the pumps would be considered fish friendly. So there's a different type of pump that would be used to make it sort of formally fish friendly, but in practical terms, that pump station operates very rarely. So 99 or more % of the year is just open to gravity flow of the river, and fish can swim through the culverts.
I was asking specifically in sort of the costing to see if there's some alignment there with something that needs to be replaced anyways, and rather than replacing Fisherman's Park, we can use that into the zones. That's sort of what's happening here.
Yes, if we proceed with option C, we would look to extend the life of the Jimmy Judson pump station, keep that going, and then just build a new pump station at the south end, so that we wouldn't have to replace that pump station at the north end, which would save millions of dollars.
Thank you. That was the point I was going for. This is the punchline. Councillor Race.
Thank you. So I thought I was freaked out by the fire hall increasing here. So there's some quite large numbers here, and I'd hate to just choose an option that we have absolutely no chance of ever building through normal channels. But I'm wondering if, this is a joint project between ourselves and the nation, but in a land issue like this, I don't mean to put the cost on the nation. My understanding is the responsibility is very much the federal government for that portion of it. Have they indicated any willingness to contribute significantly to the overall cost of this?
Through the chair, so Indigenous Services Canada has a representative on our steering committee. They haven't made any sort of commitments in terms of providing funding. My understanding is that they have a relatively limited pot of money that is spread amongst over the entire province. So as to whether Indigenous Services Canada would fund this project, it's possible that they would contribute some funding. They would be a potential funder. But we would probably be seeking funding through the federal government and provincial government through other grant opportunities, like the National Disaster Mitigation Program and those sorts of programs, the New Building Canada Fund. Definitely we'll be seeking funding from the federal and provincial government and from any possible source.
And related to that, and other councillors have mentioned phasing possibilities. When I look at that area, and I'm a layperson, but the part that almost gave way in 2003 is down at the very south end, I think, where that little bench has been put in, south of the Watershed Grill and sort of an eagle watching area, and very close actually, or part of that piece of property the district purchased a few years ago that used to have a house on it. And so is there any idea, I mean, if we're building this in pieces, probably, on priorities, would that be a priority? Are there other areas that might be a priority to deal with? That's been the area that, as I say, the dike, I'm told, almost let go that night. So,
Through the chair, we haven't determined the priorities yet. I would suggest that's something that we will include as part of our final dike master plan. I will say that their seepage has been viewed up and down the dike, including right from the CHM Reserve to Cowtain Reserve. Like this, the whole section of dike here was considered vulnerable. It was experiencing seepage. So even though that was the most visible area where the water was, people could stand there and see how close the water level was, there was seepage and limited freeboard all up and down the dikes. So I wouldn't say that that's necessarily the highest risk area. We need to look at that in a little bit further detail.
well, I only say that because it just almost seems inevitable that this will be built in phases. I mean, if it's all built at once, it's not really an issue, but probably not. And so if that was the case, the word I heard was piping. Seepage is one thing, but I understand that's where it almost completely let go. It's not just water seeping through. And so I'm just wondering if we would try to identify maybe that, and maybe there's other areas as well. I've never heard of a problem, for example, along the Eagle Run area. Maybe there is, but I just haven't heard of it. And when you look at, it's kind of in a back eddy anyway. It doesn't get the full hydraulic force. It's just the higher water. So we'd have to think about probably phasing this thing in some fashion. So it'd be interesting to identify that.
Yeah, thank you. We will do that as part of the final dike master plan.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
I'm curious about when is the right conversation time for conversation to talk about retreat. And so this maybe goes broader to the integrated flood hazard management plan and areas across the board where we've identified that there are millions of dollars that we need to invest into diking. This one is one of many that will come in over what we had probably roughly estimated in terms of costs. And so realistically speaking, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around being able to protect our entire community at the cost of dikes these days. And so where do we start to talk about retreat?
Through the chair, so we did evaluate retreat as part of the integrated flood hazard management plan. At that time, it was considered that the cost of improving protection was going to be a fraction of the cost of retreat in terms of buying out private properties, not to mention the social impacts as well. I would suggest that the appropriate time for a conversation like that would be as part of an integrated flood hazard management plan, that scale of project where we're really looking at a high level of things. If there is new guidance with respect to climate change, or we're finding that the risk is significantly increased for some technical reason, that would potentially be a trigger to consider something like that. But probably not as part of a dike master plan where we're looking at upgrading a specific section of the dike.
Thank you. Councillor Cunningham.
So in the report, it does suggest that option 3 or C is our best, most likely one to get outside funding. Is that based on sort of our reading of current grant opportunities and our analysis of current senior government platforms, or is this, we've had some sort of informal indications from senior levels of government that if you're going to pursue something, this is what you think you should be pursuing probably?
Through the chair, as part of grant applications, it's often a requirement to submit letters of support from landowners. So in this case, that would clearly be Squamish Nation. And so we wouldn't expect to receive a letter of support for option A or B, and therefore, the likelihood of receiving a grant would be basically negligible. Whereas we do have a potential chance, and there's obviously a discussion that has to happen with Squamish Nation Council later this week. But we're considering that it's more likely to receive support for option C. And so if we could receive a letter of support as part of a grant application, that's where our chances of receiving grant funding for that option are going to be way more likely than for an option that's not supported by the Squamish Nation.
Go ahead.
So, so just playing this through then, let's say we are comfortable going ahead with option C. We do a bunch of due diligence work, and then we're unsuccessful in getting any grants or significant grants. Have we thought that far ahead yet where, that's the point where we look at, we've got to start back from square one and figure out a new approach? Or are we thinking we would find a way to continue to push on, and we need to be planning to carry the whole financial load with Squamish Nation, kind of as, it's all on us to make this happen?
Through the chair, I would suggest that it would be unlikely that we would hear from a grant agency, you will never receive a grant for this project. It would be more likely that we wouldn't be successful in successive applications. So I wouldn't suggest that being unsuccessful with a grant application would be a point where we would turn back from the project. But I could see that if we were to pursue permitting from DFO or from the Water Sustainability Act, and we received feedback from them that this is not going to be permitted, that's a point where we would have to probably re-engage discussions with Squamish Nation and reevaluate whether there are other options that we should be considering.
So if we apply for a grant though, and we're unsuccessful, would we then stay in a holding pattern and try again for a couple more years, and then maybe after 3 failed attempts, and hopefully we never get to that position, but if that's where we end up, that's when we'd sort of reevaluate, but until then we'd sort of try again, sort of thing would be our...
Through the chair, we haven't spelled that process out yet. It becomes a bit of a judgment call, I think, and it would probably be based on a lot of factors, feedback that we receive from the grant agencies at the time. I think in general, we have a feeling that option C is going to be more likely to receive grant funding than the other options because of the anticipated greater level of support from Squamish Nation.
I would just add to that I think we're really listening to the feedback from Squamish Nation members of the steering committee and Indigenous Services Canada on what option is most likely to be accepted today. And the idea would be that once we have direction from both councils and have settled on an option, if that option is option C, there are still risk factors, including permitting and including funding, that we would drive as hard as we can in that direction. If at some point we all decide, both governments, that we just can't bash our head against that wall anymore, then that will be a different conversation and a different comfort level with both governments that we've done everything that we can. And then we can reevaluate where we're at that point. So we're not really looking for direction on what will the final answer be. It's which direction is our preferred option that we should drive to. And when we stop driving and when our foreheads are too bloodied against the wall is again, a judgment call, as Mr. Wilson said, in order to just reevaluate and see where we're at. And it is certainly a balance. We've heard that from council, and it's certainly very high on our minds as well, on the steering committee. That it's a balance between getting the right thing and getting something. We can't be here 10 years down the road and still have done nothing because we're trying to get the thing that we can't get. Because this is a risk to both communities and to the environment. So we do need to strike that balance.
Mary
One thing I'd like to see in the next steps, just building on Councillor Herford's comments, is that we talk about there likely being more maintenance on option C, but also you get to decommission all of that infrastructure. And so there's also an operational savings that may balance some of that, so it wouldn't be bad to point that out. The other thing I'm curious about is what the zoning is on that private property. And if we need to look at that before we're rewriting our zoning bylaw, and we wouldn't want that to be any zoning that we would not support after an option C. So we should take care of that sooner rather than later if that's our desired direction. And also just on the steering committee, are there Squamish Nation councillors sitting on your steering committee?
Yes, there are, and we through the chair. And we also had the opportunity to present to the capital projects,
Planning and capital projects.
which is a committee of Squamish Nation, which includes half their council and a number of senior staff members as well. And they gave us clear indication that option C was the preferred option.
Given that this is quite groundbreaking work, I would recommend that we match the political component from the nation with similar from our side for this next phase of the discussion. And I think it's important to have that political lens as we move this past chosen recommendation, so that there's balance on both sides of the table.
Thank you. So I see we're doing some active research here. Looks like 2 of those private parcels were on resource. Did I see that correctly? And then the other one, which I think is attached to a part of the condo development
Take it off the screen.
down the end there is, yeah. Anyways, we got some answers.
I think my point is like, let's get ahead of that, not behind it.
Okay. And then I understand for the purpose of the discussion today, we broke and for your planning process, you've broken this into 2 reaches. As we go forward and do the and look at funding models, this will be presented as one project? Or is there, or how are we presenting this from a funding grant application standpoint? Are we bundling the whole project, which could be conceivably Fisherman's Park all the way down past the Eagle viewing area as it's one project at this point?
Through the chair, I think further to the comments on prioritization, once we come up with a prioritization, this would likely be submitted in smaller pieces, just because submitting a grant application for a $100 million project is less likely to get funded than a $15 or $20 million project. So I think our next steps as part of finalizing this Dyke Master Plan would be to determine the priorities and then potentially to look at phasing and sort of what are bite-sized pieces for upgrading the dike and for receiving funding.
Okay, thank you. Council? Any more questions? Are you looking for a motion here?
Well, I'll move the recommendation. I'll speak to it.
So moved by for both
Yep.
pieces there. So moved by Councillor Race, second by Mayor Elliott. Comments?
Thank you. So I think, when you consider the choices between A, B, and C, there really is only one choice. I think, our partner in this has reasons, and I think we have to respect those reasons for not being too keen on A and B. Fair enough. So C makes a lot of sense for a couple of different reasons to me. One is it replaces the dike and allows for an upgrade and protection of the area in behind the Eagle Run dike, which otherwise would be difficult to upgrade. And there's certainly challenges to that. So I'm happy with C. I think the real decision is going to be on the priorities and the phasing, and that to me is another conversation between the partners, how we do it and who does it first and who gets it first, and do that without sort of leaving somebody unduly exposed for any longer than absolutely necessary. But good work, good report, very interesting report actually, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor French.
Okay, I'll be supporting the motion, and above and beyond the great work that's being done to produce this report and get us to where we are today, I'm concerned about the cost. We're hearing 60 million today, but I'm imagining that a few years from now, when we actually get into the ground, this could easily be 100 million or more. I guess we'll get that figured out when we get there. And also, we didn't even really touch on today the trespass of Government Road. And that's, I think, an important part of this whole bigger picture issue. And then even beyond that is the private property to the south of the study area, where the private property extends from Government Road right out into the middle of the river, and I believe even beyond. That particular piece of private property is going to be a significant issue for us regarding the dike when we get to that particular conversation. So I'll just say again that I support the motion. Thanks.
Mayor Elliott.
Yeah, I'll support the motion, and thanks for sitting on the hot seat for 1.5 hours. And answering our questions, I think this has been a very new way in which to discuss our diking projects in partnership with the nation. And from all accounts, it sounds like it's been a positive experience. And certainly the option we're choosing here is not without its challenges, technically and from a permit perspective and financial. But to me, it also makes sense. And so I think that's supportable. I think, as Councillor French said, we didn't really talk a lot about the other amenities that come with this master plan, which I think are actually really important to our community. So better parking, better amenities, the opportunity to use this space as a place of storytelling and telling our history, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous stories from this area. Who knew about the log jams and the barge and what happened and the history of flooding in the area? So I think there's a whole piece here that I'm quite excited about that we didn't really talk about today in terms of just upgrading our facilities and providing a new community gathering space and a place for tourists to enjoy. So I'm looking forward to the next steps. I hope that the conversation on Thursday with the nation is fruitful and detail-oriented. I think this is a great first step in what I think will be a very positive project.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Yes, it appears to me with option C that all of the CHM land that would not need to be compromised, that is the existing reserve, and what may be reclaimed will be very valuable land for the Squamish Nation for whatever purposes they see to use it for, including tourism and economic development, and that surely will be something that for senior governments to consider. This planning and advocacy and partnership that we see going on with you gentlemen today, it's wonderful, but it's not unprecedented. Chief Jimmy and Harry Judd were good friends. And in 1918, the map that you've shown is from a joint letter between the Hops Farm and CHM to the Department of Indian Affairs, which wasn't listened to. They should have been listening back then. It would have been much cheaper for the feds. And the Farmers Institute, Eric Axon, who was their spokesperson for many years, was a great friend of the folks at CHM and worked together on lobbying. And it's great that we're continuing this tradition.
Thank you. Councillor Pennington.
I'm happy to support option C. For me, it's a no-brainer with all the information given to us, and I recognize the expense of option C, but when I counter that with the expense of options A or B too, it almost makes the expense somewhat irrelevant, if only because they're so big in all cases. So happy to support option C.
Thank you. And I will also be supporting option C. When I saw this first presented in the meeting in December, I was taken aback. I hadn't considered that, and I think it just really speaks to the importance of our joint planning and how we can find win-win, hopefully, solutions to problems that historical things throughout the valley. So this is great. It is a bit daunting with the the funding, but dikes are expensive. As even the what is now felt like a major project at the time, but now I'll consider a minor project further upstream that we executed this summer. So thank you so much for everyone involved for your work, and I look forward to seeing the plan as it further develops, and I'd like to hear the feedback out of Thursday's meeting with the nation as well. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So council, we're slightly ahead. Should we spend some of that time on a quick break before we jump into our next topic? So we're going to do,
Yes, please.
all right, we're going to recess for 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back to Committee of the Whole for Tuesday, February 11th.
we're back.
We're moving on to item 2.
Hey guys,
We're moving on to item 2 on our agenda,
We're back.
which is the conversation on the Lower Mainland LGA call for resolutions and nominations for executive. There's no staff members assigned to this, I think. Am I leading this discussion?
Yes, you're the
Okay,
chair.
I am leading this discussion. So, we've been working on a number of resolutions, and we'll start with, everyone has their blues costs in front of them, so we'll use that for the framework. These are, yes, thank you. These are draft resolutions, and for those of you watching at home, you get to see the process of us continuing to refine them. So let's see where we are here. Who is setting up the RCMP tourism funding?
That was Natasha and I.
Would you like to
Natasha, do you want to join us at the table?
Would you like to pitch us on this?
So the purpose of this resolution is to alert the province to the fact that where there are large industrial building projects and where tourism is being promoted as a major part of the economy, such as the Sea to Sky Corridor, that our municipal police resources are being used as a backup, and really that there should be a funding model whereby provincial RCMP resources, so those funded by the province, not by us, increase at a rate aligned with provincial tourism and industrial activity growth rates. And this is our first draft that Natasha and I had a conversation, and she put this together. So we're open to your feedback on whether it's clear. We have more than 2 whereas clauses, which is a MLGA best practice, but no one follows it.
Tighten up the resolutions committee.
But I would say that we have to make sure that the whereas clauses are simple and easy to understand, and that the ask, the therefore clause, is as specific as possible, because as soon as debate happens on the floor, that's when your motion gets risk of being turned down. So any thoughts about how we make this clearer, or a stronger ask, then we would welcome that feedback.
May I make an additional comment?
Yes. Sorry, the chair should say that.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I forgot where I was sitting.
One aspect of this that I think potentially dilutes it is the mixing of issues between industrial activity and tourism.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have great metrics. Like, you can have proxy measures for tourism, like the 30% increase in parks and rec site use. But there isn't really a comparable industrial growth measure that's not going to be disputed. So something that could make it stronger is if we took that element of it out. Although it is
That's
important.
fair.
That's funny, because when I read it, I liked that it tied both together. It's increased activity. To me, it's the activity, not necessarily the driver of the activity, which might give it broader appeal. Because there are some points as we look at this going through LMLGA to hopefully UBCM, there's parts of the province that when they hear tourism support, they go, and there's parts that when you hear industrial support, they do the same. So I actually like the broad appeal of that, but I don't know, I'm open to suggestions as well. So Councillor Anderson.
Yes, I would be concerned about the connotations of the use of the word industrial here, or what arises for it. I can imagine the people on the convention floor from resource communities. The word industrial here is rather vague, or what does it mean anyway? What we really are referring to is large-scale controversial projects. In fact, I would not be adverse to recommending putting in controversial projects. Controversial industrial, oil and gas industry. But you've got how many hundred communities in BC that are industrial in nature, forest industry, mining, what have you. They may take offense by this language, I would suggest. So that some way to find some nuance, place it in a more nuanced understanding of how we're using the word industrial here is large-scale controversial projects, pipelines, large LNG facilities. Presumably that's what we have in mind. But if we're going to use industry, industry is a very broad, widely used term. We have very popular communication platforms defending industry in British Columbia. And a lot of the people on that convention floor are tied to those forums.
Councillor Pettingill, thank you.
So some of the comments about, I think with industrial projects, or it's largely industrial projects, but it's generally construction phase where, there's a burst in policing requirements. And so it's not a long-term, a general thing tied to industry, I think. Whereas with tourism, it is sort of the long-term activity of it. And so, I sympathize with some of Councillor Anderson's points about maybe talking about provincial projects, because we're also talking about, if this is sort of a municipally focused endeavor, it is something the municipal wants, the municipality is planning for, and paying for it. It's when it's sort of a provincial scope, tourism or other project, and it's the sort of, for the duration of the impact, seems to make sense. And I just noticed, if we are changing some of the wording, it says, whereas municipalities neighboring industrial or tourism hotspots, and we may change those industrial tourism names, but that neighboring, I wonder if something more like impacted by, because, the impacts might be right in your town as opposed to a neighboring thing. Just small clarifying.
I'm going to move on to Councillor Race, but just a quick, for all of Council, we've got about 45 minutes allotted to this, so as we go through these, we're going to keep that in mind, although I feel we're still making good points here. Councillor Race?
Thank you. With respect, I disagree about saying the project has to be controversial. Controversial or not, I think the thing that, from my perspective, triggers the responsibility of the province is that the province is promoting these things. And they're promoting large-scale projects, which can be almost anything. We can take the word industrial out. I agree that's a bit inflammatory for some people. But the province is promoting large-scale projects and is promoting the tourism industry. And municipalities impacted by that are experiencing higher police costs. And that, to me, is the thrust of the problem. So I think that's all we have to say. And then now we want something back for it. We need something back, simple.
Thank you. I quite like that wording. I didn't want to lose completely lose that there's not just the tourism aspect of it, but so I like that. I like that wording. Everyone's okay with that general direction as we work on this a bit more and try to maybe strip out a whereas to get in under the one. Sorry, I was thinking it was Councillor Anderson first and Mary Ellen.
I think Councillor Rice's suggestion captures what we may need to do to bring some nuance to our language here, and I'd be satisfied with that direction. Take it, see what we can do in that direction.
Okay, Mary Ellen?
Just for context, we have another meeting to look at these before they go to LNLGA, so yeah, we don't need to decide on the wording today. Just teams should take back the feedback and be prepared to bring a more final draft later this month.
So, yeah, Councillor.
I think that if we're going to have industry mentioned in the body of the resolution, maybe industry should also be in the title, tourism and industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson was heading up the practical measures for natural resource road management. Can you take us through that one quickly?
Sure. I've got a sheet here which has a couple of additional elements and just a couple of little minor word changes.
1 2-minute kicker.
Yes, there's one for each of you there. I have, Natasha, you have
I
one
have
on
it
paper
here, yeah.
behind you. So, I'll need to first introduce the context to it. I'll try to do it as briefly as possible. About 8 to 12 years ago, during that period of time, there was an initiative to write a new Natural Resource Roads Act. And it broke down 5 areas of recommendations. It failed. It was too complex, involving too many ministries. And the 5 areas that it had as topics for recommendations included funding for recreational use, increased government funding to come up with recreational use, new definitions to define public roads that are heavily used by the public, in addition to industry, and some recommendations regarding deactivation of roads, and another one concerning a government initiative, which I don't think is relevant to us, and around communications and coordination. And I mention this because I think that there are 2 of these 5 are covered in our action clauses down there, 1 and 2. And I'll give some reasons for focusing on those 2. And they are, as Natasha Goldbeck has met with Flynn Rowe on Loggers Lane and has received the feedback that there will be very little appetite for asking for receptivity to asking for increased spending. That's just not the place the government is in right now, and not least because stumpage revenues are so low at this time with the downturn in the industry. Secondly, we have constraints in how we structure our resolutions for the UBCM, and so we just can't add all kinds of things to it. And so I've limited myself to 2 topic areas, and that is the definition, but I'll just take us from the top. The title is actually quoting from the 2010 report. It is a joint UBCM province report on what to do about natural resource roads. That is practical measures. There's interim practical measures. So I'm trying to catch their attention, soften the blow, if you like. There's some wording there in the first paragraph that may be expendable. We can deal with that later to make it a little bit more concise, or replace due to economic diversification, population growth, and new commercial uses just with economy, recreation, what have you. Now the safety element in that first whereas is a recommendation from provincial organizations, WorkSafe BC, and a number of stakeholders that are really stressing that this is an issue needing attention. And the search and rescue operations and emergency evacuation planning is a recommendation or feedback from Natasha that these are operations that are needing their place thought through in roads administration. The second, whereas I've inserted, while development of new comprehensive consolidated legislation, the proposed Natural Resource Roads Act. Now, in fact, the province is no longer proposing that, but the Forest Practices Board is. And we don't know if they're going to bring back that project, but it's currently not active. In fact, the website for it has recently been removed. And the government is not really at a place right now it wants to take that up. So, it may be revisited or pursued in the longer term, but in the meantime, certain immediate practical measures could be implemented. And there's some, we can fuss with wording regarding, just to be concise. So to move to the, therefore it be resolved, that the resolution would be addressed to this ministry, although there are a number of others, including the Oil and Gas Commission, that would have been involved in this as well. But let's leave it to Flynn Road. And I'm taking the 2-part there. I've seen in other resolutions, it's a common that the therefore it be resolved clause has 2 components to it that allows us to add, as I have here, the 2 components to explore by policy the ways and means and criteria to distinguish a resource class
road class defined as high public use resource road. That is a quote from the 2010 UBCM province recommendations. And that doesn't look so threatening right now, it just changed some definitions, but in fact it sets us up for asking for money in the future from the province. In the 2010 report, it points out that there's so much recreational use of these roads, there's clearly a rationale for greater public investment. The second clause is also a quote from the 2010 UBCM province report, and it calls for the need for, and Natasha and I have both shared stories and feedback from others on the need for this, for enhanced communication and coordination on the local level. And I'll refer to one example, the Powerhouse Springs Road and its existing special use permit. Nobody knows where it came from. Nobody seems to know what to do about it. And that's just one of the examples, and the Forest Practices Board says this is very widespread, of these orphan roads with unclear status that just get in the way of planning and communication. And secondly, I'll just finish up by saying that what's our local stake in this? Well, we have roads that the 2010 report has identified as high public use. They are Mamco Forest Service Road, the Lower Reaches, Ring Creek Forest Service Road, the TFL 38 might be considered, but certainly Harrison, Inshuk, and Lillooet Hurley. These are all high public use roads that the province has already identified. So our community forest involves two, the Mamco Forest Service Road and the Ring Creek Forest Service Road. We will be very key stakeholders in the outcomes for the planning of those roads, and it will be part of the burden, cost burden for managing our community forest. The last piece there, as recommended, it's optional, but it might reinforce to point out that we're just quoting from the government's own report.
Thank you, Councillor. I did appreciate the little cheeky bit at the bottom there, as recommended already from the, but anyway, sorry, Mayor Elliott.
No, I think you have to add that into your therefore statement. Therefore be it resolved that as recommended in the August report.
Yeah, bring it.
So one of the things that's not clear to me when I read this resolution, and I know I heard it in your words, like there's an opportunity here for us to get money, but the way I read it, with my knowledge of resource roads, it makes it sound like you're trying to get me to pay more money for the roads and take it off the industrial burden and give it back to me.
In this context, you being the
Yes, who's the
municipality.
me?
Or you.
Municipality. Or me, Sorka, or me, the
So we want the
the
media.
kayakers, or it's not clear to me. So if I'm interpreting this from the floor of UBCM, is Squamish saying that they want municipalities to pony up here and help support resource roads that support their tourism economy? Or, so that's not clear to me, Councillor Anderson, because I don't think that's highly supportable, unless it's clear who's paying.
Councillor.
Well, firstly, we want to be careful, but we are going to be in that role as a partner in community forest. But secondly, I'll just quote from the 2010 report. Ensure in a new model that resource industries continue to pay the road costs of their operations without subsidy. And I think that we should also be supportive of that. There's a lot that we could put into this, a lot.
That's my one concern. Is it not clear to me that you're not adding cost to a municipality here? So in some way the wording needs to shift so that it's clear that we're putting responsibility back where it should be and not downloading more to municipalities. That's my concern. How we want to deal with that in the wording is
And thank you, Mayor Elliott. And I would agree, and that phrase that you just had for us, Councillor Anderson, could maybe be incorporated in this as well, so that we understand where it's going. But I understand that it sets us up, but I think that we need to make sure that we show the destination we're trying to get to by the setup in one piece. Councillor.
I would be concerned because there may be other more important things to include here, and I'll bring one up. For a large part of the province, the key issue in natural resource roads management is the deactivation that's going on. The government wanting to escape liability by simply shutting down roads, deactivating them. And that will be a very large concern on the part of interior communities in particular. So I'm actually wondering whether if we're going to add anything, that we might refer to the deactivation issue under number 2, and include that the deactivation issue should also be addressed by those new local platforms for information exchange and dialogue. Just to have that phrasing in there. But I do caution that the issue that, to me, it doesn't arise, but others might, for other things might arise. There's a lot. This is a 30, 40-page report, this 2010 report. So I would just be concerned about how much we want to put in there.
Councilor Anderson, I think the point that the mayor was making was just about the funding. We want to make sure that we sort of lay out the end game of who should be assuming those responsibilities for those high public use roads, and make sure that it's known that it's not the municipality or the regional district or like where are we trying to get to there? And I don't think that's quite laid out clearly enough in this.
Perhaps the term offloading or concern about offloading, that's the way to do it, not rather than refer specifically to
when we see it back, I think.
Okay.
I'm working that area. I'm fine with that. Is everyone okay there? I had Natasha.
We'll follow up after. I have an idea about how to address it.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay.
Just to clarify, although there's guidance from LMLJ, we don't absolutely have to have to resolve. And we could, I think, like if there are, Councilor Anderson, a few key things that need, key outcomes, there could be more than one resolution, right? A related set of pieces, but it doesn't have to be all in one, I don't think.
If it gets I feel if it gets too lengthy and there is a clear definition, but they should all, they all need to work together, which I get worried about a portion of it being defeated and then painting some.
Well, I mean, like 2 or 3 separate, if necessary, just completely separate pieces.
Meredith?
I wouldn't go in that direction because I think what Councilor Anderson is trying to achieve is a more positive overall approach to resource roads. If you break it up, it might dilute what we're trying to achieve. I think you can increase your whereas statements. Try and keep your therefores to 1, because when people are flipping through the book and they haven't read it beforehand and they have to vote, they don't read all your whereas, but they read the therefore. And if the therefore doesn't make sense to them and spell out that this is a good thing for me as a municipality, you don't get the votes you need. So that's your strategy, is sure extend the whereas, but as soon as you go above 1 therefore clause, you may lose a few people. So anyway, some strategies to consider as you work on your voting.
One more, Councilor Anderson.
Our consultations are not completed, and we will determine, I think Councillor Pettingill's suggestion is a good one. It may be that another municipality is taking on the issue of deactivation, for example. So our consultations are ongoing with other municipalities, seeing what they're up to.
Thank you. We'll move on to number 3 on our list, which is tiny homes, which is headed up by Councillor French.
Thank you. So I relied heavily on help from Samantha Gambling and Anastasia Putalayanos of the BC Tiny Home Coalition to put this together. They've been a great resource because they have been kicking this can for years. And one of the things that they have concluded is that even though the City of Vancouver has its own building code, they have pretty much given up on the City of Vancouver because there is little to no political will to make tiny homes a reality in the city. So that has them excited about the possibility of Squamish being a great testing ground, a place where there's some energy being put into this issue that the 2 of them and their coalition have put a lot of work into. And I'll highlight that this really fits well into one of the aspects of our strategic plan, access to affordable housing. You'll note 2 whereas clauses as per best practices.
You're bragging now.
I was hoping to come to this table with a really catchy title, and we're not quite there with the title. So looking for feedback on that, if anybody has it. And this is a complex issue, and I think that Samantha and Anastasia have done a pretty good job of trying to simplify it in the whereas clauses and the therefore. And so basically what we're calling for in this resolution is to have the BC Building Code Interpretation Committee review the code change requests that were made at the federal building code level back in May of 2017.
Discussion? Go ahead, Councilor Cunningham.
So something that jumps out at me in the second whereas it speaks about in need of accessible and affordable small housing options. The accessible word, earlier it talks about lofts, ladders, steep staircases, which seems to be, in my mind, at odds with accessibility. So maybe there needs to be some clarification there.
And I think inserting the word financial accessibility would address that. Yes, good catch.
Councilor.
Thank you. My only concern reading this, and we've had some discussions that I've been a part of in previous years, is very quickly a tiny home can just turn into a trailer or a van or a mobile home or a camper van or something like that. So are you trying to distinguish it when you're talking about putting it on a truck? Is that the answer? Now you've got something that's essentially just like a camper van. Where's the difference? So I understand the minor tiny home issue. We went through a zoning one, I think, last term. But is this something that very easily just spills over into vans or mobile homes? And where do you park them? How do you distinguish them? If the intent is to distinguish from them, how do you distinguish? Or do you just say, you got to have more places for people to park vans?
Yeah, I think that's ultimately what it comes down to. Oh, Mr. Robinson, have a thought?
In terms of a technical, vehicles, campers and trailers have CSA numbers. They're regulated under a different manner, so there'll be an easy way to distinguish between stuff regulated under building code and campers and trailers that are regulated under different.
Well, I've seen talk about tiny homes. The idea of having them sitting on the back of a flat deck truck was the new thing for me. And maybe that's what's confusing me. Maybe that's where it's crossing the border. Everything else is tiny home. But anyway, I'll leave that. That was my confusion with that.
Yeah, I think in the second whereas, we could probably say something as, whereas a tiny home, which is distinct from a mobile home or RV, something like that, and maybe staff can help with that more technical language. And then in the second one, in the therefore statement, where they have put, and thus fully permit them into BC municipal official community plans and zoning plans, I would change that wording, because these are going to be controversial in some communities, and say the code will define tiny houses, either movable or foundation-based, as allowable permanent dwellings, and enable them to be included in municipal official community
if so
plans.
desired.
Yeah, if so desired. Some sort of language that allows those communities that wouldn't want them to be able to still support your resolution and recognize that they'll just say, I'm never putting that in my zoning bylaw. But I think this one will actually garner some debate, some good debate. And so I think if you clarify that this isn't a mobile home or an RV, because that is a political hot potato right now on the island and in the Lower Mainland, and in the interior, we've seen that where people have sort of converted their RVs and put roofs on them and now tried to say that they're their homes. And regional districts are saying, oh, thank you. That making sure that distinction is really clear in that second whereas clause will be important to the success of the resolution. It's a great, this will be fun to watch this one come to the floor.
Councilor Anderson.
A very eager and friendly source of advice on this topic will be Gord Rattray, who is from Squamish and the current executive director of the BC Manufactured Homes Association. I spoke with him at length about this whole subject at the UBCM, where he had a trade booth, and he'd be really keen to speak with you, Councillor French, and is very well versed on the BC Building Code issues for this whole and definitions that we need to have in place.
Great, thank you.
Gord Rattray.
Okay. I think we're all on the same page with that one. Next on the list, I had the joint submission with SLRD regarding Squamish Valley Agricultural Plan. It was Councillor Race. Do you have a...
Yep, I have about a half-hour presentation.
Perfect.
Get
Handouts,
comfortable.
please.
I spoke to Director Rainbow from the SLRD, and we both agreed that if we were going to make a submission, it would make sense to make it jointly. The short answer is we don't have a submission for this year. I got an email from Ms. McJanet of our planning department, who was sort of paired on this particular topic, and she pointed out one or two possible areas of recommendation coming out of the ag plan relating to farm taxing and so forth, and Director Rainbow and I agreed neither of us had enough knowledge of that to kind of formulate a recommendation at this time. And so we thought we would just give it a year, and during the year we'll sort of try to flesh that out and see if there is an issue there or not, something we can deal with. Long and short of it is, that's it, you can move on.
Okay. Thank you. No questions there. We'll move on to, the next one was mine is highway road standards, and as I started investigating this and the best lever to pursue, I landed on, was gravitated towards reflective markings on the highway, and there's been a distinct, I don't know if anyone else has experienced this, but it seems very dark and not very reflective on our highway, which is a high traffic area. So I started sort of zooming out, so we were going to just propose something that was specific only to the sea to sky, to try to get more. I'm sure this is a problem throughout the province. So I spent a lot of time in the Driving and Transportation Infrastructure Engineering Standards and Guidelines website, which I can forward on to you if anyone wants a good read. And in Chapter 7, it says the motorist relies on pavement markings for guidance, car positioning information, and it goes on to talk a lot about raised pavement markers, or cat-eyes, and the standards for sinking them into the road so they don't have the maintenance issue, and on and on and on and on and on. And I was trying to find a classification where, trying to find the lever where it's decided what level of road requires this, and I couldn't find that. And Jesse Morwood from our engineering was helping me with this, and he came to the same conclusion. The only thing we could find was installation of raised pavement markers shall be approved by a regional traffic engineer. It doesn't say anything about who is asking him to do that, and so on. So I have some more digging to do here, but I couldn't quite find that lever to sort of hone in on for the resolution, besides just asking for reflective markers on 99. But I'm trying to find a more nuanced approach that has a more broader appeal. So I have some more work to do there, but that's the direction I'm going, is sort of focusing on the reflective markings, especially as it's been dark and rainy the last many times that I've done the highway. So if everyone's happy with that sort of as the highway topic, I'll keep going on that path. I suspect I'd run into a similar thing in relation to intersections, which is also a huge concern of all of ours here, but going through, again, the standards and trying to sort of figure out which policy piece we need to move to trigger the improvements that we're after here. Still in research phase there, but I'm going to pursue the reflective bit and see how reflective treatments, and I'm going to continue to head in that direction if everyone's on board with that general direction. Any questions or comments from you?
Good luck.
I will.
Good luck.
It's been enlightening so far. Anyways, so that's that one, and I'll have I'll put something together for. I hope to have actually a resolution for us by the time we meet on this topic next. So next was Councillor Stoner with gas tax funding for regional transit.
Yay!
Another simple one.
I also haven't had time to actually draft something, but I do have a few ideas that I'll throw on the table. I did find that the SLRD put in a resolution in 2011 requesting carbon tax to support regional transit. So, you know, we have a little bit of a history here. But right now I'm hitting 2 whereas clauses. One that speaks to the fact that transportation is a key driver for greenhouse gas emissions in the province, and we need to find a way to get people out of single-use vehicles. The second whereas clause. Single-use
occupancy.
Single-use vehicles. That one's going to stick. The second whereas clause speaking to the inequality that's currently in the province with respect to how municipalities can fund public transportation. And a therefore clause around the idea of therefore be it resolved that the province allow all local governments to implement a gas tax if they so desire as a partial funding stream for public regional transportation.
Motor fuel tax, I think.
Motor fuel tax.
Really?
It was interesting, the provincial chamber body didn't support our chamber's resolution around the gas tax.
Oh,
Interesting to see, well, not ours, but
yeah.
our
Ours
chambers.
first,
Anyway, in your first whereas clause, I wouldn't just go after Clean BC, I would target all the NDP priorities, which is making life more affordable for British Columbians, improving services to British Columbians. So hit all of their party platforms because transit absolutely meets all of them. And I would also add in terms of rural environments, getting people safely, that sort of economic, social, and safety measures. So there's a piece out of the Murdered and Missing Women's report and our experience with highway tiers that we somehow want to. And I don't know if you can fit this in, but if you can say that the model in the metro areas has been to have drivers and homeowners and riders pay, and that currently isn't a model that's extended to regional transit.
Any other thoughts?
Also fun when it hits
I
the
will-
floor.
Find a way to fit all of that in.
Thanks.
2 whereas clauses.
2 whereases that are, is there a number of paragraphs that are limited to in a whereas clause? Yes.
I think just before one of the meetings, we got into a discussion about this, but this regional transit thing is partly about getting commuters off the road, but it's also about the service of getting people to things they have to get to who don't necessarily have cars. And doctor's appointments or can't drive for whatever reason. Between here and the North Shore, for example, it's often doctor's appointments and things like that. So it's the service aspect of it, or providing a service, particularly, as well as just getting commuters off the road.
Thank you. I think we can write a long list of the reasons why. We'll just try to keep it to your core, yeah, what you can there. I mean, the safety, I think, is a huge thing for our community as well. So, okay. Councillor Pettingill.
Yes, I had a couple thoughts. One, emission standards for BC Building Code. This came from Port Moody. It was successful at LGA last year. It failed on the floor at UBCM. The discussion was basically there was anxiety from people opposed to it that it would make building too expensive. And so I think this keeps on coming up in our discussions, the acknowledgement that even if you're step 5, your building can have a terrible emissions profile right now. So that's something that keeps on coming up, conversation after conversation, that I think needs to be addressed. And I think with a small reworking of Port Moody's original resolution, that can be done. So I wanted to approach them to see if they're interested, and if they want to take it on, great. But if not, consider putting this forward. And the piece, I think to deal with the anxiety around cost, it might be an acceptable tactic to just make it at the discretion of the municipality. So the STEP code has that to some degree, but there's a provincial sort of date scheme as well, that if the municipalities don't hit, the provincial one will kick in. We could even, as a first go around, leave out that provincial piece, and so just leave the timing up to municipalities. But I think that one's worth pursuing.
Mariella?
Have you checked with Port Moody if there's resubmitting?
No, that's on my to-do list as part of this. And if they're already running with it, I wouldn't duplicate that.
Like that was my only concern with that one either. It all sounds good, and I've been learning a lot about this with our climate leadership and so on. So I think that's heading in the right direction. Anyone else on that particular piece? I think we're all fairly well versed in that one. Okay, you want to take us to the next one?
Yeah, and this one it's still requires a bit of work, but it's this general idea that we see these massive projects, kind of like these almost magical solutions that's going to fix all our economic problems. But what it generally entails is a major corporation, often multinational, getting massive subsidies, and there is some trickle-down benefit to BC, but a lot of it flows out of BC. Components are made overseas. There's massive subsidization. There's foreign workers coming in to build the project, and so on. And while all this, all these public dollars are going to these projects, we have, an opioid crisis, a housing crisis, growing disparity between income levels, hauling out the middle class, all the things you hear about. And when you look sort of more at the local level, the companies that are actually providing most of the employment are doing so without requiring that level of subsidization. So something that looks at putting money more directly into individuals and small businesses, and not sort of relying on trickle-down economics, which I think we've learned by now hasn't really worked that well for anyone except for shareholders. And then somewhat related to this, has come up in a conversation which may be a more, I guess somewhat related to this is the idea that as technology changes and our economy is changing so quickly, we don't have a plan for employment, a viable plan going forward for employment. And I'm talking sort of big picture. So thinking about a guaranteed livable income, which is similar to the idea of making sure that we're investing in people first, and then that will drive our economy. But I just want to see if there's any interest in pursuing anything in that, because I do think this is really going to impact municipalities in a big way in the next 10 to 20 years.
Councillor Stoner.
So I'm willing to pick up on the guaranteed livable income component of it, especially since the NDP has moved a little bit on this provincially. Last year they brought on a special advisor, and they had suggested that they were going to start a pilot project in 2020, but it's been delayed. So I'd be willing to push something in that element. I think that would help frame it in a way that would be responsive to provincial government at this point.
Councillor Rice?
Yeah, I'd go with that, and just the thought, if it was the intent of the motion, is just to reduce subsidies to corporations or to businesses generally, which personally I don't support subsidies to businesses. But I would not try to distinguish between small and large corporations, because a subsidy is a subsidy. And I would not try and distinguish between a corporation that is homegrown and one that operates in more than one country. A multinational corporation, by definition, could be a Canadian company that happens to have a branch office in the United States. So, and under the law, we're all created equally. So it's somewhat offensive, I think, to start trying to single out companies or people just because they operate in more than one jurisdiction. So I kind of get away from that part of it. If the problem is the subsidy, talk about the subsidy. And use the subsidy for something like assisting income or something of that nature.
Thank you. Councillor French?
I too am a fan of guaranteed income, and if that was the focus of this resolution, I could certainly support that as a simplification method.
Of the rest of the content of that
Yep.
piece? Mary Ellen?
Also, I would consider a very tight one around moving forward with the pilots on guaranteed livable income. If you're going to do one around any of the other things you've listed here, whether it's subsidies, I would focus on what you want more than what you don't want. So, you know, the federal government is thinking of slashing taxes for green sector businesses. So maybe the provincial government also does that to create a positive incentive for what you do want. One of the things that can happen to your resolutions on the floor of UBCM is they'll be polarized between urban and rural. So if it even smells like it's a drag on the Northeast, they have more hands in the room, so you'll lose. So I think it's about trying to put forward resolutions about more of what you want versus don't want. If that's helpful.
Okay. We use this pause to remind us it's a 10-minute warning. So we've got 3 more pieces here that are from Councillor Cunningill. So let's see how we can move through those.
Yeah, and I clearly have some editing work to do. So I've done last night trying to get all my thoughts together. But the common theme behind all 3 of these, I think, are reconciliation and the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The first one is essentially looking at some of the major project agreements with First Nations where it's dealing with land transfers on unceded territories, but it's in lands that as settlers we've been taking advantage of, having economic benefits for decades, and then as part of an economic benefits package, we make we essentially use it as a lever, a negotiating lever to get what we want, as opposed to saying, look, we need to resolve, we've had benefits from these lands, we need to make good in terms of reconciliation, and do that first, and not tie land settlement and so on to project acceptance, and really separate those things. So focus on reconciliation, and then deal with major projects separately.
Really?
Do you have specific examples where this has happened, Councillor Pengel?
Well, for example, the one that came to mind is reading the provincial benefits agreement in terms of the wood fiber project, and the conditions in terms of it's predicated on certain project milestones occurring before certain pieces of unceded Squamish Nation territory are returned to Squamish Nation. But I think that's not, that's merely reflective of a much broader practice. I don't think it's unique to this project.
And have you thought about getting First Nations input on some of these resolutions?
That's a good idea. I'm sort of early stages in these. I have had sort of informal conversations where there's support, but I can take that further.
My concern is that we are creating something that either is or isn't an issue. And I always get nervous when we try and speak on behalf of First Nations.
Councillor Ray?
Yeah, well, looking at the first resolve, be it resolved, federal, provincial governments, etc., refrain from making land transfers conditional on the First Nations acceptance. I think that's actually, and I'm not an expert on it, I think that's the prevailing law right now, is that transfers from the Crown to anybody require accommodation and in collaboration with the representative First Nation. So, and I just know that with some of the things that the municipality has done over the years. So I'd be concerned with that, frankly. And I think that's just the reality of today, and it's a result of a whole bunch of court decisions, as far as I know. So I think that generally speaking, I sort of get where you're going with it, but I don't think this is the way to go, frankly.
I'd like to sort of echo Mayor Elliott's point of, with these, if we had strong communication with our friends at the nation, and we could put something, we could feel comfortable around this table that it was a joint, and we're sort of a joint sort of action that we're taking in down this path, and I'd feel more comfortable with these. Where some of these I don't. To Councilor Race's point, like, we just want to make sure that if we're taking these steps, that we're solving problems that are through with proper consultation as we go to like change the framework with which we interact with the nation. So I don't know if you want to further. Or, yes?
Yeah, so just to clarify, so I haven't, again, this is the first draft of these, so I haven't had a formal engagement with Squamish Nation, but these themes in here, most of these are not unique to me. They're coming out of conversations that I've had with Indigenous people that I'm seeing Indigenous communities have and so on. So I don't think these are completely outside of, this is just Chris off by himself making stuff up.
No. But
is that the?
No.
So there's a lot wrapped up in here. Both of these resolutions, the next one as well, around rights and title and how the court system works and Section 35 rights. And so, like, I think these deserve a deep dive, Chris, which I'm not sure that, or Councillor Pettengill, that you're going to achieve before March 5th. And they would be stronger if we had the support of a provincial association or Squamish Nation, but there's complex legal matters in both of these resolutions that either there's court precedent to send it in one way, or as Councillor Ray said, just the way things work under the rules around accommodation. And I'm not the expert on any of those things, and I know that we're all hearing some of these things. But that doesn't mean that we're skilled enough to write the resolution that will result in a positive change. So that's my concern, is that maybe these need another year and significant conversation with others to get them to a place where they make sense.
So I guess, as I understand, these are meant to be fairly brief as opposed to having a long sort of background piece. I could, potentially put some of these off until next year. Alternatively, is there, to feel comfortable, what would our council feel they need? Like if the BC IC was in support, or the Squamish Nation Council, or what sort of level of endorsement are people feeling they would need to support some of these?
No.
Well, one of the ways to pursue this, because they're quite sort of big, broad resolutions. So one of the areas you could pursue is the new Environmental Assessment Act, and tightening language in that routing of projects or citing projects is, projects aren't approved until agreements reached. So what we're learning through the Wet'suwet'en protest is that they offered Coastal GasLink an alternate route. They didn't say no, not through our territory. They said no, not through these pristine lands or these culturally significant areas. And Coastal GasLink, and we know this through the court documents, said no thanks. But there's a solution there. It just might cost the proponent more money. It might be a little bit more complex engineering. We don't know that. When I was sitting on the Environmental Assessment Committee for the province, we certainly heard feedback from First Nations that it's very, very frustrating that they'll say, please not through this burial ground or this culturally significant area, and that there is legislation that exists throughout the province for proponents to work their way around that no. And so they keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing against an area that the First Nation has said is too sensitive. And so maybe just to tighten this up and give it a home that you don't need 8 whereas clauses, but that you could try and achieve what you're working towards, is to go find that section of the new Environmental Assessment Act and put the don't proceed in relation to that, versus a more sort of general comment about truth and reconciliation. I think this is too big to be understood on the floor of UBCM.
That's pretty good.
So I mean, on that particular one, I think it was important to me anyways to focus on the injunction enforcement angle of it. And I can go into depth at some point about why, but the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Article 10 is very explicit. And I understand that's not provincial legislation, but federally, provincially, and municipally, we've all explicitly endorsed that. And that has an explicit clause directly tied to, and so, you know, maybe I can cut out some of the other whereases, but I think that one, in my mind, speaks directly to what's happening.
Have you had any staff input on any of these?
No, again, this was my first chance to bring this to the group, so this is the first cut.
So my feedback on these 2 resolutions is that they're too big and too broad, and that you need an anchor piece of legislation, or whether it's the UN declaration or a provincial piece of legislation that you can connect it through, so you can shorten it and keep it tight. And on the equitable fracking one, I don't even think it'll make it through LMLGA, because it's ridiculous. Either ban fracking or don't, but don't put it just near white people. I mean,
Racist.
Well,
so we're running out of time, with all due respect to the chair, but I won't even support that one. So that's all my comment on that.
I had, thank you, Marilyn. I had Councillor Race next, and we need to wrap up and move on to our next. So, Councillor Race, do you have anything to add to that?
I'm fine.
You're gonna leave that one. Councillor Pettigan, final word?
Well, just a bit of context on, you know, I think we have seen that often some of these go to UBCM or LMLJ. They may pass, but then there's nothing at the provincial level or federal level in response. And so for me, part of the goal of these isn't necessarily passing. I think that would be ideal, and I'd like to see that. But it's also some of the discussion that you're able to have around them that I think is valuable. And so that's part of my approach when thinking about these, is some of the discussion that can be had.
Okay. And with that, I'll wrap this one up. So, thank you, everybody. That was a productive session, and we're only a minute behind. So we're doing pretty good so far. Moving on to our 3rd item on today's agenda is the Garibaldi Springs Park, the draft park design. And who's going to... Hello.
I'm just voting.
Mr. Valniskas, would you like to
Yeah,
introduce your crew?
So we've got, hi everybody, my name is Jonas, with the planning department. We've got Susan Stratus, who is our planner on this, on the Garibaldi file. So Susan's going to do a brief presentation, introduction, and then we'll pass it over to the applicants and the landowner for the presentation of the park concept.
Good afternoon. I'll just...
Yeah, no problem. What you get. There we go.
Good afternoon. I'm just going to give a very brief 5 or 6 slides on the background to this park coming forward, and then I'm going to turn it over to Polygon's project team. Their landscape architects and environmental firms are in the background here, and they will give you more details. So just a quick background, the rezoning and OCP amendment for this project took place over a 2-year period, 2016 to 2018, and Council adopted the 2 bylaw amendments in October of 2018. The resulting development plan that was approved provides for 310 residential units, maximum on 22% of the site. And the phasing of those parcels begins at the north end with parcel A and works its way up south through the parcels B, C, and D. The majority of the land in this property, 78%, has been dedicated to the district for a public park and to preserve the ecological reserve. So that was one of the major community benefits when this rezoning went through. To implement the plan, a subdivision application and an environmental development permit application have been submitted, and those are currently under review with staff. Concurrently with the district subdivision and DP applications, there is also a number of applications with federal and provincial agencies responsible for parts of the environmental approvals. The environmental review that was done as part of the rezoning, there were a number of reports submitted, and the outcome really was to indicate that this is a very complex site with higher environmental values, many species of amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals. All of the water courses that are shown there are fish-bearing, and as I've mentioned, the other agency approvals are underway. The design principles that were used to establish where the housing would go versus what was to be protected was really based on putting the development on previously disturbed areas, retaining and reestablishing large contiguous habitat areas, preventing fragmentation of those areas as much as possible, and minimizing the footprint of trails and roads and locating as much as possible on existing golf course paths that are lined throughout the site. The drawing on the left shows the current naturalized and forested areas as they exist under the golf course development, and the drawing on the right shows the additional naturalization that will take place under the proposed development plan that has been approved. So there's a fairly significant gain in habitat areas. There were a number of community benefits negotiated during this rezoning. I won't go through them all, but the 2 I've circled, the ecological reserve improvements and the public park improvements, are what we are looking at today. And it was a total almost $12 million community benefit package, and that doesn't include the land itself that's being dedicated. So the park design that what we're looking for today is the landscape architects will present the park design is really just get council input on the direction for the active use areas and the trails that are going to go through the site. So really just informal input is what we're seeking. There is a public information meeting that has been advertised for Thursday night, February 13th, being held at the Clubhouse building at the Executive Inn. And after that, the applicants will go back and finalize the park design, and that will tie in with any recommendations that come from federal and provincial agencies. Another step that we will be taking, and this is spelled out in the land development agreement, is to complete a covenant with a third-party conservation organization. That was a request from council during the development approvals to make sure that all of the commitments for protection of this land would endure over time, even with changes of council, so that would be the purpose there. And the subdivision approval will be the final step once the various authorizations are received. and that would formally dedicate the public land. The environmental DP would be issued by the district, and ultimately a site demolish, shifting that off the site alteration permit has now been replaced with a, what's the name?
Trees and soils.
Trees and soils bylaw. So I will leave my presentation and turn it over to the design team to walk you through.
Okay, so my name is Kevin.
Yeah, hello and welcome. Take it away, yeah, thank you.
My name is Kevin Shoemaker with Polygon Homes. I'm the manager for this project, have been since the beginning. So I'm not going to say too much, I'll just introduce who's here. So Bruce Hemstock and Jenna Butchko and Aaron Ramsey are landscape architects from PWL. And then we've got Mike and Ruth, Mike Nelson and Ruth Begg from Cascade Environmental, in case there's any questions about the ecological reserve or setbacks and that sort of thing. So, turn it over to Bruce.
Okay, so we're still trying to,
It's okay.
we don't want to show you 3 slides at once, so
That's
we're
okay,
just going to
take
try
your-
and do one at a time. It's easier that way.
I'm a Mac user.
Yeah.
Sarah's has
Yeah.
page view.
I'm an old Mac user, so I'm even more useless.
Old machines or just you?
Yeah, both.
What I'm trying to find is a full spread so I don't have a title bars.
Try to
Yeah.
fit to page. But you see
This one
that
here.
choice there.
Okay.
Or
Next one to the left.
To the left?
Hit
That one?
it.
Oh, cool.
There we go.
Excellent, thank you. So
Okay.
hopefully that one. Okay. So, thanks, Kevin. We're excited. PWL has been working on this project with Polygon and Squamish staff right from the start, and we're certainly excited to be here at this point and bring this committee up to speed with where we are. And I think really where we want to start is that the park is really it's a park for people who live in Squamish, and it's a park for people who visit Squamish. And that's first and foremost, and I think that's something that makes us really happy. It's really about fun, and it's about play, it's about family, it's about gathering. It's really about also making connections to trails that are there, creating new trails. It's about creating new open space and park space. But I think the thing that's really interesting for us is it's about ecology, and it's about teaching people who go and visit the park how important it is to have natural systems and to have the natural systems intact. And in this particular case, we think that there's a great opportunity to show that through interpretive signage, and just by increasing the ecological area and allowing people to kind of go around the edges of that and see it. So that's really quite exciting to us. Page down.
Okay.
Hey.
Try the wheel.
Oh, okay. All right, sorry about that. So we're just going to go through the park fairly quickly, and we've tried to break it out into some simple drawings and diagrams so that it's easy to understand, because it's quite a large area. So the first plan here that we see is really beginning to kind of break it down and show you what are the components of the park. And essentially what we've got is 4 park spaces. So there's the hub park, and then there are the 3 pocket parks. And they are along a trail network that runs north-south, and a trail network that forms a loop here. And the polygon parcels are here. And then the rest of the area is the ecological reserve. So that just gets the sort of basis of where we are. So if we dig into the trails, these are really the things that, one of the things that we're quite excited about. So if we think about a hotel being here, and the hub park, as we talked about here, the first trail that's kind of interesting to us is this 3.5 meter wide asphalt multi-use pathway. And we're excited about it because not everybody that comes to Squamish is able to get out all the trails. This one is connected to a parking area that's here. It's connected to the rest of the trail system, but it allows everybody, if you're disabled or able, to actually get out and experience the outdoors. And it forms a loop.
And the light portion of the loop is illuminated at night, the dark portion is not. The other thing that's quite interesting to us is the north-south trail. So the ability to kind of move in a meaningful way along the eastern edge of the site and connect via these little green pieces here to the existing trails that are off-site. The blue areas are illuminated, the dark blue is not. And this area goes, you saw the earlier slide that shows the creeks and streams, so you can see where the bridges are that are crossing. And then we've even got into a place where we're thinking about and finding places where snow removal and snow storage could happen. And then last is it's a laneway that allows for emergency connection from this development parcel to Tantalus and Dawood. So if we dig into and start with the pocket parks, again, just reiterating what Susan said, these are sitting in, the two pocket parks are sitting in old tee boxes, and they're accessed by cart paths. So if you've ever been out on the golf course, this one in particular, it's the Pocket Park Lookout, is up quite high, and it's quite an interesting walk up to it, and it's got some great views, and we're taking advantage of that by creating, by basically taking a tee box and making it an open meadow. Trying to protect the edge to make sure people don't fall off the edge with something like might be a timber fence, Adirondack chairs for seating, but really just getting people up in a place where they can actually look across and see the forest from up above. Then the Pocket Park North is sort of nestled in a clearing in the existing trees, again in sort of a meadow atmosphere, and it's more of a picnic area, so you can get off the trail, bring your picnic, enjoy lunch or breakfast or dinner with your family, and just a different experience and a different location. So those are the two of the three pocket parks. The last one is the Pocket Park South, so of course just south of all these. It's much bigger. It has some activity built into it, so along with the idea of meadow and the notion and picnic area with covered picnic table, there is there's a children's play area, and right now we're showing a climbing play dome, and we've been working with park staff and understanding what they're interested in. So that's one of the elements we're seeing. Picnic tables, of course, but also opportunities here for nature and discovery through both interpretive signage and just opportunities to be in the forest. And then the last bit is a bike skills area. We're gearing this to ages 5 to 12. We're thinking that if you're older than that, you're in the trails to the east. But this is a great spot to come with your kids and just have them practice their skills in a park setting before you head out on the trails. So the Hub Park is by far, I think, going to be the busiest spot. And we're calling it the Hub for that reason. It is located, the hotel is just here. And you're all probably familiar with the hotel patio, which sits right here. There is a parking area just off to the side that's public parking. And so the Hub Park sits in what were the old fairways that were there and the existing pond that is here. So it has a lot of things happening in it. I'm just going to kind of go around the drawing and show you what we've got going on. Right just opposite the parking area and the main access and the children's play area is a washroom building. Then there's a bike hub, which is right on that 3.5 meter wide paved trail that takes you out on the loop or takes you out to the trails. There's a very large children's play area, and we've got blow-ups of all this, so we'll get to that. A passive kind of picnic area that's right beside the garden beds. These are, I'm going to say vegetable garden bed. You could really plant whatever you want in there. There's a bridge that allows you to get across the pond to an open passive recreation area, and we really see this as kind of an open meadow. And then a kid's pump track up in the corner here that has a picnic area just beside it as well. So all of these things are things that we're kind of proposing and thinking about, and really like your input in terms of what you think about them, appropriate, inappropriate, good, bad, mostly good, we hope. So if we start here with a bit and focus on some of the active things, again, just a reminder that the washroom building is here. And access for parking is here, and there's that 3.5 meter wide trail system. So the first one I'll talk about is the children's play area. Again, ages 5 to 12. That's what we sort of think makes sense to us. There's another slide that talks a little bit more about the equipment, but it's located really just opposite the outdoor patio, and in really, as I said, close proximity to the washroom building, which we think is really important. Then there's the pump track over in this area here, and we've kind of set it off by itself to the north. And it's right off the edge of that 3.5 meter wide trail. Again, it's pretty self-explanatory what you do in a pump track. Kids who can have fun improving their skills and racing around the dirt track. Again, working with park staff and listening to their input in terms of what they'd like to see, what they're prepared to maintain, and what works well for them and has worked well for them in Squamish. A lot of metal-based equipment, but also some timber, some adventure play, playing with water, and playing with swings, places to sit, places to gather, pretty much all the stuff that kids like to play on. Climbing elements, lots of climbing stuff, but also opportunities for kids to play together in the big basket swing and hammocks. So the bike area is kind of exciting to us because really that's what the hub's all about. And so as well as bike racks, there's a picnic area, a bike wash and repair station, and the water from the bike wash goes into the rain garden. So we're trying to be as sustainable as we can. And as I said, it's sitting very close proximity to the parking lot and the adjacent trail. The passive areas really, we talked a little bit about it, but again, outdoor picnic area, it's got great proximity to the growing area and the children's play, and is connected to the other passive area. This one we sort of see as festivals and gatherings and events and musical events or race events. It's big enough to do that. It's currently what's being used for that now. We think that's a great way to kind of bring the community together and give some real interesting opportunities for making this place a place that people want to go to and remember. And then the last place we'll talk about is the community garden. And it is accessed off the paved trail. It actually has an access path to it that's big enough for Parks vehicle to drive on. So obviously soil and compost and taking things away, and even to a certain extent people bringing stuff in. And there's a turnaround in here. There's a covered outdoor trellis area. There's tool storage and potting shed and composting. There are, of course, all the garden beds. And then there's a picnic area right adjacent to it. So it's kind of a self-contained spot and sits in what we believe to be the sunniest spot on the site. We think it can create some really interesting activities for people of all ages, as well as sort of encouraging some of the more urban habitat in terms of birds and nesting and that sort of thing. So, as I said, we're excited about where we are. We're looking forward to hearing your input, and yeah, thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Stone.
Thanks for the presentation. Through the chair, I'm curious, the staff report speaks to weather protected structures in covered areas, but the overview here doesn't actually speak to any of those and where they might be. So I'm curious where conversations have landed with regards to covered areas and protected structures.
Sure. I think it's graphically a little bit hard to see, but whenever you see a graphic like this, that's a covered structure that's covering picnic tables. And that's what we really tried to do, is to sort of go into each area and make sure that, like, these are the two picnic areas. So making sure that some of the picnic tables are out in the open, some of them are under cover. Even in the community garden area, there is a covered structure just right here. So you can, if it's too hot or if it's raining, you can get out of the rain or get out of the heat. And then as we go through each one of these, well, actually not each one. Certainly the bike wash station does not have one. But the children's play area actually doesn't have a covered structure, but there is lots of seating around the edge. And then there is a covered structure that's adjacent to the pump track in the picnic area. Yeah, all the pocket parks, sorry, not all, the South Pocket Park, the bigger one, had a covered area in the picnic area as well. So the two smaller ones, too small for that, so yeah.
So would any of these covered spaces be large enough to hold an event under? Like how large are we talking?
Yeah, at this point, what we're showing here is really, you could have a family gathering under one of them, but you couldn't have, what we haven't planned for is 30 or 40 people coming out. We don't have that yet, but if that's something that's interesting, we can put that down.
That's something I put on the wish list.
Sure.
And then a different question, I'm just curious who's responsible for the long-term environmental monitoring on the restoration work? So as we go through restoration work,
Go.
who's actually monitoring the
Well,
impacts?
normally, Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, but normally we put up the bond and then there's a 5-year DFO monitoring period that we take care of. And then at the end, it's a pretty substantial bond. I mean, I don't remember if they reduce it over time. I don't think they do. So then at the end, we do all the final work that needs to get done, and then we'll turn it over to the district. And by then, hopefully everything's been established and it's kind of self-sustaining. Like it doesn't really need a lot of work.
Thank you. Marilyn?
It's nice to be talking about this.
Yeah.
So one thing in that hub park is that you have kids near water. And is there a fence around that, or?
Almost all of the shoreline, that's a good point, and we run into that in a number of the parks that we've done in the past. And so the edge of the pond is certainly around where the children's play area is. It's well planted and well landscaped. At this point, we haven't got into the detail of whether there's a fence there or not. I think we're trying to go without fences. So I think as we get into further detailed design development, we can see how we can work without a fence, or if it seems like a fence makes some sense in this spot, we can add a fence, and that's something that we'll be looking at for sure.
So given our younger demographic and the proximity to the patio, I can hear a lot of parents saying, go play.
I'm going to sit here and have a beer.
I'm going to sit here and have a beer. So I actually think there will be significant amounts of benign neglect there.
Yeah.
And that, you know,
No, that's a good phrase.
that possibly we might want to consider a fence there. I didn't ever really associate fences with playgrounds until I lived in Australia and realized that you can actually sit and enjoy your latte if you know your kids can't get out of the playground. And quite frankly, you know, a lot of parents, the whole purpose of the playground is to give yourself a few minutes to chill out. So I think it's not a bad idea for this area to have the confidence that you know your kid's not going to end up in the water if you turn your back for a minute. The other piece is that given that that's our accessible trail and it's a 3.5 kilometer loop, is that playground being considered in terms of wheelchair accessible for kids and like the ramps and all those kind of Rick Hansen Foundation principles?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that as we move into further detail of it, making sure that we've got accessible play is really important to us. So yes, that makes sense. It kind of fits with the whole idea of where the loop trail is and why it's there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor French.
I'd like to pick up some thoughts from Councillor Stoner about the covered areas. Is this at the point of contemplating specific materials that will be used?
Yes, we are looking at sort of an attitude of materials, and we've had some input from staff. And what does that mean? That means that we're thinking. I'm leading into what I'm seeing you thinking. What does that mean, guy? I think it's sort of stuff, material that we feel like lends itself to Squamish. So it's more timbery. That might be more metal roof. That kind of thing. So we think it's the kind of stuff that you would find in Squamish and feel comfortable in Squamish in terms of a materiality standpoint.
Okay, so I was thinking follow-up around durability and lifespan, but you've said metal roof, so 25, 30 years kind of?
And staff has already commented on that in terms of durability and lifespan, and that's where some of the images of the Blaze pieces are specific to responding to that comment. So 20, I think the play elements themselves that are going in, I got to think 25 years is easy in terms of just what it does. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Anderson.
couple of my colleagues have referred to a covered area, and I would agree that this is of interest. I'm thinking of an example is what used to be known as the Kinsman's Park between the Logger Sports Grounds and Brennan Park. When that was built, that covered area was used quite a lot by families. I think it was about 25 by 40 feet, something like that, for family gatherings quite typically. Another point I wanted to raise, so I would just add that I do believe that that's of interest to pursue. Under public parking, there's a reference to approximately 100 spaces on the Tantalus Road right away. We have had some concerns expressed elsewhere along Tantalus Road about parking congestion. Makes a background to that, but I wonder if you could indicate on a map, what is the zone of Tantalus Road you're referring to in association with those 100 spaces?
I can tell you in our presentation, Susan, I don't know if you've got anything bigger. We don't go out to Tantalus in terms of showing that parking.
If you go back to the overall site though, maybe,
Oh, yeah, okay.
those
Sorry,
maps,
yeah, this will probably do it, yeah.
Right. Through the chair, if I could just respond to that. These will be new spots that aren't there now.
I see.
And basically along that whole frontage, it's going to be redone. Dave, did you want to add to that?
Through the chair. So we actually did some line painting.
You actually need to
this
sit
summer.
down.
Sorry, the microphones don't catch you unless you're.
The line repainting along that section was done this summer, which actually, if you notice it creates those parking spaces essentially. Previously, the traffic lanes were quite close to the side of the curb, and then there was a wide median in the middle, painted median. We've since brought those lanes in closer, which provides that parking space along the side. And that's essentially between where the corridor trail comes out onto Tantalus, sort of the south end of where the hotel site is, and then all the way up to roughly Dowd Drive. That will be parking along the majority of that section on both sides.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just remind council, we're trying to keep this is a huge project with lots of ins and outs. We're trying to keep the discussion to the parks today. I let the parking go because it had at least had park in the title, and it maybe goes to accessing these facilities that we're discussing, but we're trying to keep to the park portion of this, please. Councilor Race.
Thank you, and I will echo some of my colleagues' comments about the covered structures and so forth, and it's not just here. We've been having discussions around that and how we might deal with that in a variety of different places in the municipality, so it's kind of a common theme we're going through right now. I said to Susan before this started, it's like deja vu all over again, having gone through the last couple of years with this project. But it's great to see this come forward. But the question about the water was interesting, the mayor's question, and I just wonder how deep it is, because certainly around the kids area, that is a potential concern. It's not. I don't know if it's a sloping beach or if it just drops off to 3 feet and you could easily lose somebody. So it's deep. So I think there is a potential concern there. Some of the ones that are farther, more remote, you would expect them, little kids, to be with an adult at that point, but right next to the very active park, maybe not, and so maybe not every moment. So I think that is a legitimate concern we have to look at. When those are put in, they're only dealing with golfers, and I don't think we care as much about golfers as we do about the children. So I'll leave that with you. Not that I have anything against golf.
Thank you, Councillor.
Good luck gone wrong and all that.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. A question also, which maybe ties into the covered space a little bit. There was some discussion in the staff report around power at certain parts of the park for events, and I'm curious where that goes to or is envisioned.
I think we're seeing that the power would be up in this area. That's the logical spot for gatherings to happen, so we could see any kind of that power would be happening in that location.
So it might be worth thinking about pairing those two things together to facilitate activating that space and that covered space.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that came to mind with regards in particular to a letter that we received last week from a lovely high school student around skate parks. So there's proposal for 2 kind of bike skill areas here. And I just wonder if we want to broaden what we're proposing in this park, if we want 2 new additional bike skill areas, or if there are other types of activities that we would like to support and promote in parks, whether it's a new skate park or bouldering rock or something that is not necessarily just bike skills, because it's usually our go-to in our community. Throw that out there for thought and reflection.
Yes, go ahead.
I guess this is my job to say this as the builder. There is a limited amount of, it's not an open checkbook, so we can't do 50 by 50 covered areas in skate parks. So we did agree on a CAC package based on the elements that are here. So all I'm saying, I guess, is that it would be a trade-off. So if we're going to put something in, something probably has to come out.
Fully appreciate that, and that's kind of why I propose the fact that there's kind of 2 bike skills components, whether it's we remove the pump track, we have one at Brennan Park already, and or we put in a bouldering rock instead of the bike skills park, just to provide a little bit more variety of the things that kind of showcase our community as opposed to doubling down on the bike infrastructure.
I think Councillor Pringle and then Mayor Elliott.
So just on
And then me.
accessibility, and this may be more for staff, you know, this is sort of, as I see it presented, as more of a community park as opposed to a neighborhood park. And I think it was mentioned too that people from outside the community may come and visit this. If I understand, the primary access is through a private hotel's property. So do we have any rights of way or ability to do wayfinding if we want public transit? You know, if we want sort of kids 10 to 15 to be able to use this, where transit can come right in and do turnarounds, or do we need to be planning for any of that sort of thing?
Through the chair, I'll just speak to the access. There is already a shared access agreement between the hotel and Polygon, and that will transfer down to the district. So part of the parking lot that you see there is actually Polygon spaces, and some of those are being secured for the daycare that's going to go in the lower level of the clubhouse building. But access has been secured, and in many earlier versions of this plan, we actually did have traffic, had roads coming through the center part of the site, and the environmental impacts were really quite just too high. So Tantalus, it's a very short walk from most of the site to Tantalus, especially from the hub park. I don't think people will have trouble reaching. You know, it's a short distance from Tantalus into the parking areas.
Go ahead.
If we decided that we did want it though, is there, would we be allowed or able to have buses pulling right in and turning around and going back out? Or?
Through the chair, I think we'd have to look at the terms of the agreements that are already in place. I don't know if they specifically mention or prohibit buses. It's tight for buses to turn around in there. It's a very tight parking situation.
Thank you. Mayor Elliott?
Yeah. I'm just thinking about Councillor Pettingill's comments, and I'm having flashbacks about this rezoning. I don't want to open up anything. But to Councillor Stoner's point, it would be great. I don't think we should eliminate any of the pump parks, because I think a lot of families will be accessing this park on their bikes. But where we have features that show a lot of nets for climbing, whether we can incorporate a climbing wall in those playgrounds, I think is important. I think that is an activity that lots of kids are involved in our community. So I would be supportive of that. And my other question is, how do we keep people from like grading trails through the ecological reserve? Is it just with the little fences? Are we going to do some education? How do we make people know it's not okay to cut through the forest, because we're trying to reestablish it as a very high value nature reserve?
I think if I could just I'll have part of the comment, because I think the other part, maybe staff, is I think it's a combination of those things. I think education is a key thing here, and we're taking the opportunity for interpretive signage, which has the opportunity to provide educational signage in terms of why it isn't okay, why it isn't good to do that. Certainly as things are, as the whole site is planted out and goes back to its natural form, it takes time for that to happen. So that kind of, well, I can just scoot through here. I think there's a opportunity to try and educate and say, why isn't it right to do that? And that goes hand in hand with sort of staff working as part of a public place to do what they can as well. So I think there's a lot that has to go into that.
If I can just add to it, we're also looking at the development permit application for the environmental component of this whole property, and I think that is the place where we will have to address issues of encroachment into the sensitive areas.
The other thing I think of is this is quite a popular off-leash area being used by the community, and I think once we start to try and reestablish it as fish habitat, then that becomes much more problematic if we're trying to achieve the goals that we had in mind when we wanted to zone this as a reserve. So I think that's something that right from the early days we have to start setting the expectation that you're walking your dog here now off leash, but eventually we're going to tighten that up, because that's one of the problems with the estuary is dogs running amok down there, and I feel like this area will be just as important. So I think we should start working on that behavior change now from the staff perspective versus waiting as we move this park development forward.
Thank you. So I'd like to add to the covered area just sort of suggestion, and to me that play area where we were contemplating the fence earlier, just right there, be able to sit near your children that seem to be happy frolicking in the rain for hours while you're standing there in the rain, it's different. So I think having some shelter in that zone would be helpful. And I like the idea of timber and metal, but I also think that there's could be a place in some of where it's appropriate for some sail type material, especially strung up in the trees, maybe in those upper parklets, or I'll leave you to the nuts and bolts of that. But that covered area I think is really appreciated and allows us to really activate the park when you know you're going to have a little bit of shelter, maybe at the halfway around, walking around the site with your family. So that, and then actually, if you go back to the slide you had up before that did show just a hint of Tantalus Road and so on. I'm curious, I'm curious how this is connecting into our established active transportation network, and I see this as being a big draw that's really close to active transportation, corridor trail, and people set out from their house with their kids' trailers and riding to the park, and then they get right. I just don't see it directly connecting. So where's the direct connection from the corridor trail into the park? Is it now you're in the driveway heading into the hotel, or is there a separate path adjacent to that, delineated, kids on run bikes, like that last few minutes, say, from the corridor trail into this park? I'm not seeing a clear consideration of that piece.
It's very tight coming in from Tantalus and from that trail, and we are right up against the ecological zone in there, so we are using the existing pavement to come in. And I think it's a very good point. It's something that we need to look at a little in more detail in terms of how can we safely separate the vehicles from people coming in and coming down the driveway and through the parking area and onto a trail. So that it does happen in this area here, and that's how you connect it. So it's a very good point, and it's one that we can spend more time on to get it right.
I definitely like to highlight that where the draw there with the playground and the pump tracks and all the rest is going to be a bunch of run bikes and moms and dads with trailers, and as much as all of us require protection, they're usually the hardest to to wrangle into an orderly fashion. So whether that can maybe be helped with some, I forget the name of the road that comes in at the south of the property. Yeah, maybe there's some work that can be done in active transportation sort of approach that way, but I'm not seeing that here. I think that's going to be represented a large user group for these parks and that we're considering here. Along the same vein, how do those pieces flow through the neighborhoods, sort of the new pieces on the end? So I know I said to keep it to the parks, but to me the trails and the parks are.
So it's a continuous north-south trail. So coming in from where we just left off, you're coming through the neighborhood. In the light blue is going through the new neighborhood, and when you change colors, you're now out of the neighborhood into the park, and you continue up, and then you're back in the neighborhood all the way up to.
And those paths are separated out,
Though,
or it's not on street.
They're not on. Yeah, they're separate. They're separated out, and the only reason we've made them different colors is to kind of highlight that you're in a neighborhood and out of a neighborhood. You're in an illuminated stretch of it, in a non-illuminated stretch of it. So when you're in the park, that path is not lit. When you're out of the park, that path is lit.
So just that connecting into that, whether that's wherever that's done or improved in 3 different access points, the north, the middle, and the south, I think is key to understand that. And I think that we don't want to overlook getting to this great spot with our friends and family and children. Really?
Did we talk about bike parking? Where it is?
I think it's all over. Every one of these little places has a place where you can park your bike. We're not into the super detail where I can point to it and say, if I scroll down here, I can point to this one. There's bike parking there. But as we move through and get into more detail, we'll firm that up. And I think, I guess the question is, there's no obvious bike parking that's shown graphically on this, but I think it's fair to say that what we've shown in the South Pocket Park will happen in the North Pocket Park as well. And then when you move into the main park, again, it's just a matter of the detail that we're at. But there's certainly bike parking at the hub. And then I think as we move around, just making sure that obvious spots where you could stop the picnic area, there's a place to park your bike. The community garden, there's a place to park your bike. Graphically, it's just not shown yet, but that's something that is to come. It's a good comment.
Or if there's a way to centralize the bike parking in the hub and cover it a little bit. So you could park a stroller there, or you can park your bike there, or council's just trying to be mindful of its desire to activate our public spaces year round, and that might be more amenable to taking my bike somewhere if I know I'm going to park it under a cover or pull the trailer and I can unload the kids without being in the rain. So I don't know whether it's more cost effective to distribute all that bike parking around or else centralize it in one place and cover it somewhat. Just have food for thought.
And I'd add to that, in the smaller park, there's leaning a bike up against the trees, an acceptable solution to bike parking. There's lots of trees, and then in these central areas, having something that's definitely formalized, because that is the way that we'd like to encourage people to access these spaces. So have an accommodation for the sort of their end of their trip. Councillor Cunningham, you?
So if I'm reading the maps right, it does look like there's access to the adjoining neighborhood to the north along the blue trailer path. To the south, it looks like there's property sort of in between this development and the pre-existing neighborhood. Is there any potential to make a connection there, maybe a bicycle-only connection, and I assume that could be a whole other loaded topic, but I'm just wondering, is there a way, if we decide in the future, to make that connection?
Yeah, through the mayor, that the lower one, the chair company is Newport Ridge Drive, It's meant to provide vehicle access into the property, and it will also have sidewalk and, I believe, bike lane. So there is an intervening little piece of private property that is currently being negotiated, but that is meant to be, it doesn't show on this map, which is showing trails, but it is meant to be kind of one of the three principal access points using Newport Ridge Drive. And at the top of the site, there are actually two more access points. One at the very top comes in from Dow Drive, and there's a kind of red large finger that also connects to Dow Drive, which is has a double function as a pathway and an emergency access for the fire department to get in. So there's really 4 points of access for the community to come into the park, but the hub is meant to be the focal point just because of the layout of the park there, but people come in the other locations.
Thank you. Councilors, we're reaching the end of our time allotted to this topic. We have a motion here that the district Squamish receive the report and provide the following feedback.
I don't think we need to list it, do we?
No, I think we were pretty, seem to be some reoccurring themes there. Okay. Thank
So
you.
almost
Anybody-
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilor Race, second by Mayor Elliott. Comments, if any? Councilor French, Councilor Anderson.
Giddy up, let's get on with it. Thank you.
Councilor Anderson.
Yeah, just thought we should highlight that there is a public information meeting upcoming February 13th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Thursday night, yes. Mayor Elliott?
Given that this is going to be such a valuable community asset, how long is the DP1 going to take? What's our timeline?
Yeah, the DP1
Sorry to ask
is,
a question.
we've received the application, and we're reviewing it. I can't tell you off the top of my head what our expected timeline on it is. But it is a priority for the district. There's other levels of government that will also have to be part of this, so it makes the process a lot more complicated. I don't think we're going to be the government that slows it down.
But I just, I'm supportive of the direction the plans are taking for the park. I do see it as an asset. A part of our strategic plan is to make sure there's new parks in each neighborhood before the end of our term. And so I think the more that we can move this one down the road, not only is it a recreational hub, but we have the opportunity here to help one of our keystone species by rehabilitating this land. And so to me, it's a high priority to move it through our system with the rigor it deserves, but also in a timely way so that we can see this take shape. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this and looking forward to seeing this built out and to see it activated in our community out enjoying it. Notwithstanding the feedback and the refinement that you all heard here today. So I'm very excited to see this and look forward to going there and being there. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, so we need a quick break before we go on to the next topic. Anyone? Just keep going. Okay, next up. Jonas is the star of the show here today. So development permit area guideline implementation update from planning. I feel like this extra 15 minutes on the agenda just sort of snuck in there from 4:30 to 5:15 now.
Okay, you just finish in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I will be quick.
Only 8 left.
Thank you very much for making space for this item on the agenda. This is something that we wanted to do for a while with council, and what the point is to get on the same page in terms of what kind of decision making happens in staff review of development permits, given that we have a new set of guidelines, and often it's not clear to council, how much discretion council has, and unfortunately there's not a lot of clarity that I can provide. That's just the nature of development permit areas, in that they are guidelines, they're general. There's more leverage on certain things than there's on others. They haven't, the province has put out this legislation, they haven't provided any explanation for it. And so essentially this stuff gets determined through the court system. But there hasn't been a lot of cases in the court system that deal with development permits for forming character specifically. So there's a lot of gray in this regulated environment. So the agenda today, I'll provide some background on how we came up with these this set of guidelines, and I'm specifically talking about the forming character, which are combined with energy conservation, water conservation, and greenhouse gas reduction guidelines. The intent of them, the sort of implementation that we're going through right now. I'll touch base a little bit on the legal framework, and then we'll go. I've got a set of guidelines that I've tried to categorize with other planning staff on the level of flexibility that needs to be exercised on each category of the guidelines. So hopefully that provides a little bit of clarity to council, and finally discussion. So back in 2017, we were drafting the new official community plan. We went through a fairly rigorous process of coming up with these guidelines because it was felt that the previous set of guidelines that we had were too general, and so it wasn't capturing the intent that the district wanted to see for forming character. So we did analysis with all of our whole planning team who works on development permits to see what guidelines weren't working. We did a number of sessions with the advisory design panel. We reviewed the input from the community open houses, although we didn't specifically engage with the community on DPA guidelines because that would just be really complicated to try and explain what it is. But we sort of scanned the input that we were receiving to see what is within the realm of development permitting. So we've identified what objectives should apply to forming character. We reviewed some of the other jurisdictions in the Lower Mainland and how they were using development permit areas and what guidelines, what were best practices in terms of guidelines. And so the strategy was to come up with a fairly comprehensive set of guidelines rather than having these general guidelines, which a lot of smaller jurisdictions do. They have a general set of guidelines, and then it gives you a little more freedom to kind of interpret them as the situation arises to each development. But because we felt that we were missing certain opportunities with developments with these general guidelines, we put a whole bunch of specific ones. And there's a need with that to be flexible because obviously not every guideline applies in every case. Some guidelines go way beyond legislative ability. So you get the picture. So we are in this testing phase. It can seem quite messy, we've just now hitting developments that are coming in under these new set of guidelines, and so both staff and council I think are learning and seeing what should apply, what shouldn't, and it's a process that is never perfect because in addition to having this new set of guidelines and waiting for so long to get there to finally apply them. Things have changed by the time you get there. It's been 2 years since the official community plan. If we were drafting these guidelines today, I think we would be looking at the climate change emergency a lot more carefully than we did back in 2017. And there's the STEP code that has come out that has completely changed the way we regulate building construction for energy efficiency. The ability for development permit areas to kind of meddle in energy efficiency, greenhouse reductions was established, I think, in 2008. And so now we've got the STEP code, which has essentially taken that role on. There's new research on what really works when it comes to greenhouse gas reductions, and there's other bylaws and other tools that we could be using. But for us, in terms of practice, you have to look at these guidelines generally. And at the end of the day, look at whether a development is generally achieving the objective of that development permit area, apply a certain amount of flexibility and common sense, and adaptability because the world that's constantly changing. And so in the process, we work with the proponents, how we get to council, we work with the proponents, architects, and a lot of times we depend on professionals, on the architects to tell us, what the right solution is for the building, for that location, for energy conservation. We work with the applicants themselves as well to find out what the economic kind of pro forma limits are on the project where it can no longer carry. So there's a lot of discretion that is involved in reviewing development permits. And then there's obvious contradictions between the guidelines themselves, the zoning bylaw. A perfect example is the zoning allows so much density, but if you apply the guidelines and let's say it casts too big of a shadow, one would think, well, the guidelines say that you can't build anything on the site because it will overshadow a park or something like that. And in reality, it's not that black and white. You have to then apply, when there's a conflict with a bylaw, you have to apply a greater amount of flexibility in applying development permit area guidelines. So in terms of designations for our formal character guidelines, in most cases we have energy conservation as one of the designations, greenhouse gas emission reduction, water conservation, but really all of those things relate to kind of external parts of the building, so they don't really get into the meaningful way of controlling the impact on greenhouse gases or energy conservation. The building code itself restricts development permit areas in that you cannot regulate aspects of the building code unless they have been specifically unrestricted by the province. And so the province has unrestricted certain things, and that is essentially exterior to the building, siting of the building, orientation, things like that. The development permit areas have always sort of been able to regulate. And then there's great diversity in BC. There's no two jurisdictions with the same set of guidelines unless somebody literally copied somebody else's. But we've never seen that before. And when I look at other jurisdictions, they're all in the gray area. They all go beyond the legislative sort of letter of the law. So the flexibility principles, I've listed a number of things where flexibility is required. And those are features that are internal to the building. And again, these are all the things that kind of go beyond the explicit allowance of the law, of the Local Government Act. The features internal to the operation of the building, such as, let's say, a heating system, guidelines that conflict with other bylaws, policies, public use of private property. We have a number of guidelines that talk about, open plazas, corner plazas, having public access to them. Public art, siting of the building, and the siting of the building is something that is explicitly permitted for development permit areas, but you have to consider the lot size. Let's say downtown, where we have minimal setbacks, smaller lots, there's really no opportunity to site the building differently in some cases. Waste management, our guidelines kind of touch on that, but it's completely outside of our jurisdiction for DPAs. Energy efficiency, mainly because now we have the STEP code, and that's supposed to have a greater impact than what you could for development permit area guidelines. Stormwater management, I guess, is not explicitly called out in the Local Government Act. It's something that local governments can, although we can do landscaping. And greenhouse gas emission reduction. There's not really any clarity around that by the province on what they mean by that. But what is that it's exterior to the building. So, you could, green roofs is a good example. It is something that the legal, certain legal entities have said that is interior to the operation of the building because that is part of the roof system. But solar panels, according to another legal professional, are okay. And we don't know for sure until somebody goes to court on this. And then lower level of flexibility required are things where you can expect to see regulated in a development permit area. So building appearance, integration with the street, site circulation, lighting, and landscaping. These are kind of like forming character features that are, there's low risk of, let's say, denying a development permit based on those. So we took development permit area 3 and development permit area 5. Development permit area 3 is all of our multifamily developments, and DPA 5 is for kind of downtown commercial core. And we've rated them in terms of how much flexibility is needed. Green means less flexibility, red means more flexibility. So you can see that relation to the street, character, storefronts, context, character, siting, orientation, circulation, outdoor storage, lighting, site and building signage. Those are all things that we can expect to our development permit areas to kind of apply rigidly. And then we get into the medium area where we need to start exercising quite a bit of flexibility, and that is parking, transportation, loading, just because those things are already regulated in the zoning bylaw, and they sometimes end up being internal to the building. Building materials and color. Again, we can only deal with building materials that are on the outside of the building. And then it's common to have guidelines around, sourcing building materials locally. Well, that could be a problem for trade agreements and a whole host of issues that comes with that. Outdoor open space, common and amenity space, diversity in building height. Again, diversity in building height, we need to exercise some flexibility just because on a smaller lot where you have so much density permitted in the zoning bylaw, that regulation of building height is has limits to it. Before you start really eating into the floor area ratio that may be permitted in the zoning bylaw. Corner plazas, just because they have a certain expectation around public access to them. Building form, massing, and variation, again, this is, if you start running into density issues with the zoning bylaw. Roofscapes, I put it as a medium just because our guidelines actually say that, green roofs are encouraged. And that's okay to say something that is encouraged, but it cannot be a requirement. And so a lot of the guidelines in the yellow, red area, they're opportunistic, aspirational, they're sort of stretch guidelines. We'll try to get there, but we certainly don't expect that every development will. Rainwater stormwater management, and then we get into the high energy efficiency, mid-block connections, that suggests public access component to it, public view corridors and shading. Again, that, in certain circumstances, on larger lots where there are other ways to position buildings, it's legitimate, but not in smaller lots with so much density permitted already. Downtown open spaces, solid waste storage, again, something that our guidelines get into, but it is very opportunistic. And then there are very high requirements for flexibility in privately owned public open space as well as public art. These are completely outside of sort of DPA realm, but we can encourage them, we can have discussions with the applicants about them, and we can maybe have more say when there are significant variances involved. And I know that we often suggest to council that there's leverage with variances, but I think we need to be mindful of the nature of those variance requests. If it's something that we want to see as well, often staff through the advisory design panel process recommend that applicants apply for certain variances because it makes sense. And in those cases, wouldn't be as appropriate to use these guidelines as if somebody, let's say, that just wants to reduce the amount of employment space or reduce the setbacks. So there we go.
All right. I think you might have some questions.
Yes.
Councillor Stoner, Mayor Elliott,
Can
Councillor Reese.
Can you go back to that list?
Yeah.
That one. So there are some of those that I'm very surprised are kind of on this list in the high category in particular. So I take solid waste storage, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So if we wanted to move that into something that had less flexibility, if I think about our strategic plan, the direction we need to go with solid waste, and that those requirements should be required for all future development so that we ensure that there's sufficient space for appropriate waste sortage, do we need to put that in the zoning bylaw?
Yes, we do, and we're planning to. I think on the solid waste side, There's other tools that we can use outside of the DPA guidelines, and that's your zoning bylaw for density bonusing. That is your just solid waste management bylaws, because we are, receiving, and it's not really an issue with new developments. We have a set of standards that we've developed that haven't been formalized yet, but we're using it with all the new developments, and they're largely complying with that. I put it in the high here because it's something that is often internal to the building, and certainly does not have a relationship with forming character.
Thank you. Marilyn.
Yeah, so I had the same question is, when will we solidify that into the zoning bylaw? The other ones were view corridors. City of Vancouver is really strict about which view corridors you can't touch. Whistler has really particular, so is that a bylaw?
Well, I think the way to formalize view corridors is to do a view corridors plan, identify locations where it is important, and then I would suggest that zone properties appropriately in those areas. Increase the setbacks if you want to protect a certain angle of view, and also have it like you need to have a system. I guess it's okay to have it in these guidelines. It just needs to also be reflected somewhere else. It can't be ignored in the zoning.
So that would require first a study. Can we capture mid-block connections in a zoning bylaw?
Only as a density bonusing matter.
And what about energy efficiency
I think.
or lower emission?
I think again, density bonusing is the answer, especially when it comes to emissions. Energy efficiency, we can do that through the building bylaw. We can also incentivize it in the zoning bylaw, through density bonusing. The higher on the steps you go, the more density you get. And that is something we'll be looking in the phase 2.
So in light of our climate emergency declaration, would we relook at all of these in light of that? Like our DPA guidelines, would we rewrite some of them now?
I don't know if we would rewrite them. We might clarify them, but I think this isn't the right tool for that. They were initially when the province has put these together, they were to essentially control form and character of development, be really flexible, and over the years, other things got added to it, but without really any meaningful teeth behind it. I think the zoning bylaw is really our tool to get some of those things.
So given that we've got $110,000 of contingency in the budget to implement our climate action plan, is it possible that we hire a contract planner to write all of our green zoning bylaws so that they can come forward faster? So solid waste and climate-related ones?
Linda?
If I might, through the chair, at this point I wouldn't want to commit to how the money gets spent, given that the community.
It was a hypothetical.
Sure, absolutely. Finish, we can certainly suggest it as part of the action planning that will come out of this sustainability and climate.
Just follow that up. And the reason I say that is because this will be a tension point. This will be a tension point between council and staff and proponents unless we fix it sooner rather than later. If we can't secure some of these things that are fundamental to our decision making around the climate emergency in the near term, then you're going to have a frustrated council, a frustrated staff, and frustrated proponents. And so that would be an area of how we capture some of these key things in our zoning bylaws sooner rather than later would be important, I think.
If I may.
Go ahead, yes.
So the objective today was exactly to reduce that kind of tension. But I could add to your question in that we are actually, we had carried forward some funds from last year that were meant for the building bylaw update. We ended up doing it all in-house and we didn't need the money. So we carried it forward and we put out an RFP for somebody to draft a proper density bonus structure which we will then take and use it to incentivize a number of things. So we are using outside money, or sorry, outside resources to make sure that this process doesn't slow us down. It's happening.
I think we're in a world where I know you're trying to show us where we have the least amount of flexibility, and I think what you're going to continuously hear until we capture these things in other ways is when DPs come forward is pushback from council saying this isn't good enough, it's still not good enough.
Yes.
And you'll say, but we don't have a lot of flexibility, or you need to be flexible, and we'll say, we don't want to be flexible, it's a climate emergency. So that's the dance we're in, and so the sooner we can fix that and get out of that dance, the better.
Thank you. Councillor Race.
Thank you. I have 3 points, and but I'm not feeling tense. It's okay. I looked at the list and listening to your presentation, and there's things that occurred to me that we might not have covered, that we might consider covering. One of them is wildfire areas or natural hazard areas, and how, whether we want a DP area for those or not, and how we might set guidelines. And so in wildfire areas, for example, or interface areas, do we want to be prescriptive about plantings? Do we want to be prescriptive about clearances and things of that nature? And hazard areas, about under what circumstances could we build there, slopes and things like that. So that was one thing that occurred to me. The other that I've actually been meaning to talk to Ms. McJanet about is with respect to the marine area generally, is the types of materials that we might allow to be used for any kind of infrastructure in water lots or in marine areas. And for example, in the Ocean Wash Task Force, we're having discussions and we get presentations all the time, and we've all heard about the issue of plastics in the waterway. And one of the sources of that is the foam that's used in docks. Not only here, but all over the cabins and cottages and all over the place. And that stuff is being chewed up by little animals. It gets chewed up in storms, and it gets into the waterways and causes all kinds of issues. And so there are best practices, and I can't recite them for you, about what types of things might be used to float docks, for example. And another is around pilings, and what types of materials might be used for pilings. The days of the wooden pilings and the creosote pilings, I think, are behind us. And so what would we allow for pilings in our waterways? And we already have a DP area, for example, the Blind Channel, and so we might look at that. As I say, I'm not the expert on it, but I think there's some developing best practices around that that we could look at. The third thing is when we start to talk about emissions, and it was something I've been thinking about since, I don't know, it was a week or two ago when we had a discussion around a development, and planning staff stated that they suggested that these particular units not be heated by gas, but be heated by electricity. And I asked that, and did we have the authority? And it was stated it was a suggestion. And I started to think about that afterwards. And so when planning staff makes a suggestion to a proponent, that might sort of leave the proponent with an impression that it's not just a suggestion. There's a lot of a power difference in the zoning application. But the other thing is, and the comment that came back from somebody was, you know, we did declare a climate emergency, and I'm not debating that. I wasn't here for the resolution, but I'm not debating that. But when you talk about something like that, if that is going to be policy, then I think that's a discussion at council to set that kind of policy, whether it goes in the guideline or not, because yes, you change emissions or you lower emissions. The other thing, if I understand the problem correctly, that you do is you make units less affordable because you raise the heating costs. From everybody I've talked to about the difference between electricity and gas. So there's a trade-off, there's a decision to be made. But I think before we start making those decisions, I'd be more comfortable personally having a discussion around that and just make sure we are on the same page with that. We understand the trade-offs before we go into something like that. Because we have some of these sort of competing priorities in some cases. Affordability versus emissions in this case. You know, what is the cost of reducing emissions? And that's the cost of housing that is an issue in this community. So, something like that.
Thank you. Councilor Anderson.
My question would be regarding the DPA guidelines for the business park. As I have over the years talked with different businesses that are concerned or looking at the prospect of needing to move and looking at the business park, there's a lot of areas where they will be displaced from due to our OCP, for example. And so as they look at the business park for light industrial business, traditional type with outdoor storage, this type of thing, where you have an open garage door open for most of the day, and they see high costs in moving to the business park, and one of those high costs is in the building types that are going in there and that we're seeing erected in the business park. So with our objectives of reserving some portion of the business park for those types of businesses, truck shops, equipment shops, manufacturing, are our current DPA guidelines that apply to the business park a constraint in the way of more economical building types, such as tin sheds, or as we see going up in the BC rail yards, tents essentially. They're high quality tents, but they're economical structures and they allow natural lighting, which is also an advantage. So are economical building types being constrained by our DPA guidelines in the business park?
Through you, Chair, we did anticipate that when we drafted the guidelines. So there is a set of guidelines that apply to sort of, for lack of a better word, dirty industrial, you know, where the requirements are low because we do need those lands. I think there's a section of the business park in the southern end that has that designation where it's meant to be less restrictive. And then again, you know, depending on the location, we have to be flexible with the guidelines. And I think council is going to see a development permit come forward fairly soon where that is sort of the case. We're trying to balance the need and the type, sort of the area where the development permit is going in. We don't always know the uses at that stage. We just have the buildings in front of us to consider. But we certainly are aware that, you know, there is a need for less restrictive guidelines and flexibility when we apply them. But to answer your question is, yes, there is a set of guidelines for kind of heavier industrial, and we're in the same stage where we're implementing. We're going to find out if these are too restrictive or not restrictive enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cunningham.
So I would find it really helpful to have this maybe in a matrix version though, where it's sort of, and I might add affordable housing units or something as some more rows, but along the columns, sort of, you know, the best tool for, you know, if we want to deal with energy efficiency, our best tool is a rezoning, and just to understand the best place. And in relation, so sort of in relation to that, there's been a number of things we've talked about that are in our DPAs, which it sounds like the DPA isn't our strongest tool necessarily. So I'd just like to understand a bit better why we have chosen to use a DPA. Is it just it was easier to get in place as opposed to doing a zoning bylaw change, or you know, what was our thinking when it's not the best tool necessarily in some of the cases?
Well, because they are guidelines. So you can have, you know, it's very common practice for local governments to go beyond what they're sort of allowed because they're guidelines, and you can always back off and say, well, we're not applying it. You can be opportunistic in when there's a bunch of variances involved, you know, you can push harder on some of these guidelines that are in the yellow and the red section. Why we chose it? Because it is the tool that kind of brings it all together. You know, when you're considering development permit, we also look at zoning. We often look into the building code. How is this all going to work? And there's really, you can't put guidelines in the zoning bylaw, but you can't put certain regulations that come out of this. We just haven't gotten there yet.
Really?
This came up in an earlier meeting, but the overall look and feel of our community, and where does that conversation sit? Because DPA guidelines are supposed to see that form and character and look and feel of our community, but some would argue that it's a bit disjointed right now, and we're seeing a lot of buildings that, maybe not a lot, we're seeing some buildings that maybe don't fit with how people perceive Squamish and its brand, and more they're just sort of big city transplants. So how do we get to a conversation about what should be the look and feel of downtown versus the estates around the mall if we densify that? So how do we go forward to try and rein that in a little bit?
That's a very good question. Yes, you're right. We don't have a certain character or style of buildings to any of our neighborhoods. We do have a number of examples that we use with the applicants sometimes when we can't get the message across, and what we see is completely not reflective of the Squamish character. We use examples of buildings that are kind of iconic in Squamish. How do we get there? I'm not sure. I don't know if there is this specific character to Squamish. There's elements of that are incorporated in developments, but we haven't been very rigid in like, no, it has to be, it has to reflect a certain look.
So I'm not suggesting we should go in this direction, but if you go to Leavenworth, right, and everything's like a Bavarian town, and again, I'm not suggesting we should go in that, but somehow there's a way to move things in a more consistent direction, whether it's through materials or color, or the amount of glazing, or I'd like to figure out a way to incentivize all wood higher structures that we're starting to see in bigger centers, because I think that would fit with the Squamish brand and our history in forestry. So yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how we do communities figure that out with their community, with their ADP. I'm not suggesting the 7 of us should figure it out, but
Yes, it is. From experience, it is possible. It's putting aside enough resources, either internally or externally, to have someone come in and define what it is the Squamish image that you want to create. It's just a time-consuming exercise of looking at prototypes, looking at stuff that's here and saying, like this, not like that. But it's just an exercise in going through that. It's quite convoluted, and it requires quite a bit of time. I mean, it's an artistic exercise or an architectural exercise. It can be a very time-consuming. I mean, the communities like Leavenworth or Canberra have a mountain, or Whistler perhaps have a mountain aesthetic that they want to. So you can almost pull that off the shelf. And I've seen that done. You go rob somebody else's. But if there isn't something to rob, if you want to create, then you've got to go through that architectural exercise.
Well, could we do that as sort of an internal exercise and put up pictures of like buildings that have gone up in the last little while, and then people could anonymously vote about what ones they would see as like, this kind of captured it, and we could put it in Brennan Park, we could put it in City Hall, we could put it at 55. It's like, tell us which buildings you like out of the following, and tell us what you like or hate about them. And I don't know, it's an internal practice, but it would give us an idea of what people are not liking about what's coming through ADP, because we don't get a lot of say. Once it comes to us as a fully formed DP, it's like, well, I guess it's going to be white and have tons of windows. But that's not necessarily what I think it should be. So I'm wrestling with that. Like, I can't send it back, can I? I hate it. I hate the look of it. I don't think it matches our brand. I'm not going to vote for it. Can I do that? That's forming character. I think it's ugly.
Well, you can do whatever you like. As long as the rest of
I'm asking you about, do I have the discretion
that gets done at the end of the day.
So that's a visual preference survey. So that again is a fairly convoluted piece of work to do. It's all doable, but the difficulty is then taking that into guidelines that guide decisions going forward. So what is it about that you like or dislike that translates into guidelines going forward? That's the piece of work that takes some time. it takes some time to sort of go through the visual preference survey and figure out what it is and what you don't like, but then translating that into guidelines for future decision making is the next piece of tricky work.
That's the tricky bit, but even saying to our ADP, hey, look, we did this visual survey, and here are the buildings everyone hated that you provided comment on, and here are the ones that everyone liked. That's a first step. How we translate eventually that into guidelines is one thing, but you know, there's buildings that come forward and I think that is ugly and doesn't belong here. But that never generally comes up in the conversation.
It comes up in the back of the room.
We have that same conversation, but why is it ugly? And that's the key, is what makes it ugly is what translates to the direction of the future. That's the difficult piece of work.
Yeah, I'm just trying to move that's ugly into the ADP so that at least someone's looking at it before it gets to council with a, you know, our community doesn't really like all white buildings with lots of glazing. They actually prefer this kind of structure. I don't know. I'm just wondering if there's like an easier project versus the...
I don't think there is an easy way of getting through that because it's quite subjective, and distilling 7 people through that is one thing. Distilling the community through that is, let's say a little
You're
more.
techie, Chris. Could we gamify it?
Maybe. I like to keep Portland weird and just let people go nuts, let the market just...
Weird.
Councilor Stoner, did I see your hand
Yeah.
on this one? Thank you. I like the conversation around what is our brand in relation to this sort of the built space, and I'd be curious to see the scope and what the ask would be to accomplish that, especially in a time where it doesn't seem to be slowing down. Where with the development, I look at what's in the pipe and what's coming. I think that's a key. We can do better with that. So whether we go full, if there's a half measure that's doable, and the full measure is way over the horizon, then maybe we can entertain that. But I'm curious to see what that is, so we can take the learnings from that and put it into its strongest place, which apparently isn't always in the DPA guidelines, which is what my takeaway is from this. And also, this sort of shows to me that our zoning rewrite just keeps having things added to it. Things that are working in our DPA guidelines should be the strongest place for them is in our zoning. So whether we I don't know how far we can get in the zoning in relation to the pieces of the DPA that we haven't quite got to with it, which is thinking wildfire, steep hill, this sort of thing. Like, can we get that work into the zoning rather than start in a DPA?
For you, Chair. So I think wildfire DPA is in progress. We're working on it. We have a consultant that's been retained for that. And you know, there are clear guidelines for wildfire DPA because it's hazard related. It's not forming character. You know, and lots of jurisdictions have very similar guidelines in place. I think that one isn't going to be a problem. And we're planning, once we've done that, the following year we are planning to go for the steep slopes DPA. We're just trying to phase it in. The zoning bylaw is not unfortunately going to be the answer to all of those yellows and reds. It will be to some, but you know, things like the view study and then the corresponding zoning with that's a separate project.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Payne?
Yeah, I'm just trying to still wrap my head around a little bit the authority within a DPA and a guideline, because when you're talking about the wildfire DPA, I was sort of hearing these are mandatory policies as opposed to just guidelines, but we're saying guideline, but with other things it truly is a guideline and we can't impose or enforce. And so do we have the ability, for clarity's sake even, to use different phrases in a DPA? Like in the wildfire DPA, it's not guidelines, it's like these are the rules, whereas other things are just...
Through Chair, I think in the wildfire DPA, it's still guidelines. They're just going to be much more, they're going to be technically based. So every guideline in there will have, you know, it will be a technical solution. It's not going to be the look and feel or internal to the building. It's going to be outside materials, placement of buildings. These are well-established guidelines, and they're similar from one jurisdiction to another. So they're more rigid in that sense, that they're more technical. And so, you know, council, like normally, council doesn't want to wade into technical aspects. Whereas this is specifically, I was talking about form and character.
Thank you. So council, unless there's any further questions, we can wrap up this this chapter. Thank you very much. That was great. I think we needed
Thank
that. I would entertain a motion to terminate. Councillor French, second Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Motion passes. Thank you very much.